Hello everyone and welcome back to round 7 of the 11th Menchik Memorial. Welcome to round 7 everybody. It is almost the end of the tournament. We have only 3 rounds left in this fantastic tournament, which is a 10-player round robin. 10 women chess players are fighting against each other over the board, and we are close to finding out who is going to win this tournament and who might have a good chance to get a norm here. We're all curious to see if a player can achieve a norm here. A norm is very important. It's getting closer to a title, and nobody can take the title away once you have it, and same for the norm. So it's very important to achieve norms. With 3 norms, you're already very close to reaching the title. Depends on if you have already reached a rating of the title or not. But yeah, in this tournament, we have Women International Master norms and Women Grandmaster norms that can be achieved because we have at least 3 players of which they have at least Women Grandmaster title or higher, which is necessary if you want to get the WGM norm. And we have a few more title players that also count towards the requirements for a FIDE norm. So I already see a question in the chat about... Oh, a lot of action in the chat. Good to see everybody. Welcome back. Hello. Thank you for the 100 bits, DBL Click. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ringed, for resubscribing for 38 months. Thank you. Who is still in the running for a norm? Very good question, Jenny. I believe the scores required for this tournament to achieve a norm are 7 out of 9 for a Woman Grandmaster norm and 5 out of 9 for a Woman International Master norm. So if we look at the standings, I'm grabbing the standings here real quick. We see that, so there are, I believe, 2 players still in contention for a Woman Grandmaster norm, who are following players: Cecile Haussernot and Andrea Mariora Kostman. Both are on 4.5 out of 6, and with their score, they need 2.5 more points to get to 7 points and achieve the Woman Grandmaster norm. Now, that's pretty difficult because it means that neither player can lose their games anymore. They can only afford 1 more draw, and then they have to win 2 more games. So just quickly checking what their pairings are looking like. Cecile has a tough pairing today. She's facing Lara Schulze, and tomorrow she's facing Klaudia Kulon, who is currently the leader of the tournament, the top seed of the tournament as well. So she has some tough pairings that she's facing these days, but it's not impossible. And then Andrea Mariora Kostman, she is still facing Klaudia today. And then she has to face Anusha still, who she should be able to beat if she wants to fight for the norm. And then finally Ketevan. And yeah, she does have good chances, but it all depends on today, if she can survive today, because Klaudia is a very strong player. Klaudia is currently on 5.5 out of 6, so she hasn't lost so far. She has proven her strength here in this tournament. So it's really difficult to, to face Klaudia. But of course, nothing is impossible. And then when we look at Women International Master norms, I see that Kamila Hishchenko, she is on 3 out of 6, so she needs 2 more points for the Women International Master norm. And then we have Anusha Subramanian, who is on 2 out of 5. She'll have to win her last 3 games, which is a tough task, but well, it's not impossible. She does face 2 players out of 3 of her next opponents who are trying to get the Woman Grandmaster norm. So that's quite a tough pairing. That's quite a tough pairing. So yeah, we have basically 3 players that have pretty good chances for norms, but this round is very important because it will decide a lot. Because 2.5 out of 3 sounds a bit different than, let's say, 1.5 out of 2, right? And having to win your last 2 rounds, for example, for the norm is quite tough. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting round. I'm looking forward to taking a look at the games. We see the games have already started some time ago. Remember, we are on the 15-minute delay. Earlier, you saw the cameras live. We do that the first 15 minutes before the delay is happening. So then after 15 minutes, we put the delay back. So you had a glimpse of what was going on for the first 15 minutes, but now we're back to the delay and we see a lot of action. So let's get started. Let's take a look at the games. So pairings-wise, we have Anusha against Ketevan, we have Andrea Mariuara against Klaudia, Cecile against Lara. Wow, they already made a lot of progress here. Elmira against Shampavi, and Camila against Katarzyna. Yeah, so earlier I was looking at the names from a list on the website of the tournament. You can check it out, Ask Them Tournament, in the chat. And I was seeing the names written a bit differently, but some names are said in 2 different ways. So it almost feels like a sort of nickname. Informal and formal ways, yeah. Yes, Paul, thank you so much. Thanks so much for confirming. So it's still possible, but this is sort of what you're signing up for when you play such a tournament, because 7 out of 9 is quite a high score. It's quite a high score to achieve a norm, and pretty challenging, but that's why you have to win a lot of games. And a lot of the times, players that are fighting for norms, they have a sort of, what I heard other norm seekers say is that the way that they treat round robins is that they sort of see which players they really want to beat. So who are sort of like players that are, they have a good chance to beat. And then some players, let's say they're playing with the black pieces and they're playing like a higher rated player, they're very happy to take a draw. They have sort of pointed it out for themselves who they want to beat and who they want to draw. And then based on that, they have this strategy and they decide how to play, which openings to play, etc. So that can help a lot when you know who you're facing in which round and with which color, etc. Which form I prefer? I'm very used to using the way that I read the names on the screen. So if it says Katarzyna, I don't quickly jump to Kasia, but I do really like the sort of informal way, or this other way that the name is pronounced. So I do like it much more. For example, Sasha, I like it very, very much. So yeah. Let's take a look. Let's start from the beginning. We have Anusha against Ketevan. I think all games are quite relevant, so I don't want to specifically watch one game in particular unless there's something very exciting happening right this moment. But let's start from the beginning. I've never played in this tournament, unfortunately. I have watched it from the side a few times. Oh, one moment. I have watched it a few times from the side, but yeah, I've never played in this tournament before. I was invited to participate in this tournament, but unfortunately, because my Woman Grandmaster title is not confirmed just yet, and the organizers were looking for a Woman Grandmaster to complete the field, well, that's why I was not able to participate. So it was very unfortunate, but yeah, maybe next time. But that's why it's a big honor that the organizers invited me to be part of this this event by commentating. So yeah. Okay, so in the game between Anusha against Ketevan, let's have a look. Started as an e4, c5. Knight of 3, knight c6, bishop b5, g6. Bishop takes, pawn takes, d3, bishop g7. Okay. Rossalimo, e5, a4, and queen e7. Okay, so white gives up the bishop pair, but black has these weak pawns over here. And, well, they are considered weaknesses. At least this pawn is a weakness. Or if this pawn pushes, then this pawn becomes a weakness. So that's the drawback. But here, with the bishops, you're hoping for this long-term advantage. And depending on how white plays, black usually gets a solid position, and white needs to try to maneuver around this and find a way in the long run to take advantage of this double pawn structure. So now we can get a knight on c4, for example, with white. We simply develop with bishop e3, maybe bishop g5. That's also possible. Castling kingside typically. And black is very flexible with bishop e6, knight to f6. Knight usually jumps to d7 to then push the pawn to f5, give space for the pawn to move forward. And yeah. Usually black has a clear plan here. Oh, we got a raid from Benjamin Bach. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for the raided party of 107 people. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the 11th Menchik Memorial. This is a tournament. We're commentating on this tournament. It's a 10-player round robin. And the 10 players are 10 women players. For those who don't know, Vera Menchik, she was the very first women's world chess champion. She was a very strong player back in the day. We're talking 100 years ago. And she never lost her title. She didn't lose her title. She unfortunately died in the World War II. In Second World War, unfortunately, she died there. So she died way too soon, and that is why she lost her title at the same time. So in memorial for her, we carry her legacy forth, and that is why this tournament is organized in her name. And we have 10 amazing women chess players participating in this round robin, where the players are fighting for international master titles. Well, in this case, women international master norms and woman grandmaster norms. So we're now in round 7, and we're getting closer to the end of the tournament, and then we will see who is going to prevail in the end, and who is going to finish first place, and who is having a good chance for a norm. It's very tense still. There's nothing decided yet. Well, one thing we can say is that Klaudia Kulon is doing fantastic. She's a point ahead of the rest, so she has a really good tournament so far. But anything can still happen in the last 3 rounds. Yes, it's a very unforgiving tournament. Usually with round robins, there are players that play really well and gain a lot of rating. But then on the flip side, we have a few people that are losing quite a bit of rating, which is the challenging part of round robins. It's very unforgiving. I know all about it myself. Round robins are very challenging. And some can say that they're more challenging than, let's say, open tournaments. Because with the round robins, you know your opponents in advance. You know them, in this case, 2 weeks in advance. So you have 2 weeks of time to fully prepare, because you'll have the pairings, who you're facing, and with which color. So because of that, a lot of preparation is happening, and that is, it can get quite scary. If someone specifically prepares against you, they're going to find your weaknesses and try to search you in your weaknesses. That's the scary part. For now, we haven't seen anything too crazy in the tournament. There were some really good games by Klaudia, for example, where she was playing really confidently with a lot of fast moves. But I wouldn't say that anyone was specifically heavily outprepared by the other. There may have been some surprises, but I don't remember seeing anything too crazy. Anyway, this position is looking normal. As I said, the knight developed to f6 and is now heading to d7. Well, not just yet. You could play knight d7 actually right away, but it depends. Maybe black wants to develop the bishop first. Knight d7 is still possible to then play f5, but I think short castle will happen first. All right, let's check out the game between Andrea and Klaudia. Started with the Reti opening, knight f3, knight f6, b3, c5, bishop b2, knight c6, d4, already taking the center, but now the pawns are traded and d5, and now it looks like black is taking control of the center more with e3, g6, c4, and bishop g7. Okay, it's interesting to see. You might be wondering, why not e5? Why not take the center right away? We have so much control. But after e5, unfortunately, you lose the pawn after knight takes c6, b takes c6, and bishop takes e5. So you'll have to prepare this. For now, e5 is not possible. That's why g6 was played, c4, and bishop to g7. And now this is the current position. So both players have spent a little bit of time. So neither player seems to be in their preparation. I think this game is going to be very exciting because it's a very, well, the stakes are high in this game. Andrea is fighting for a norm, and Klaudia is trying to, well, not lose a rating as she's the favorite in this match, and she's also trying to solidify her lead in the tournament. So we'll see how this game continues, but for now, it looks very solid. It can go a lot of different ways, and this is still very early stages of the game. Quickly take a look at Cecile against Lara, who've already played so many moves. Wait, what is this opening? Okay, let's check from the beginning. This was a Ruy Lopez, it was a Berlin. Oh, is this theory? This seems to be theory. Yeah, this was all theory, everybody. Maybe knight c3 was not the main move played, but it's definitely a move that has a higher score. So knight c3, knight takes, sacrificing the exchange. Wow. Well, it turns out this is still theory. And I see a course that is recommended here, which implies that this position is already covered in some course. I suggest you check this line before the Olympiad. Wow. All right. We're taking notes today. Maybe I have seen the position from here onwards, because what the mess earlier, I don't think I've ever seen this. Knight takes e5. Maybe I've seen this, but I don't remember it very well because I don't get the Berlin so often. It might help that I have usually been avoiding the Berlin for very good reasons. But okay, this still seems to be theory. Now, Cecile is spending some time. I'm guessing that she either is trying to recall the variation or she doesn't remember it exactly anymore. Oh, this oral open Spanish. Please forgive my ignorance. Yes, there is a material imbalance, so there was an exchange sacrifice earlier, but white has a lot of play for this. Black does have a vulnerable king on f8, the rooks are not connected, and this knight is heading to c5, plays very well. I guess I've only ever seen such a position coming from the Berlin, so that's my excuse for calling this the Berlin. So yeah, it's really difficult to judge what the position is like, who is doing better here. Queen d2 is played. I guess it makes sense to not trade queens because one of the main things in the position that white has here, one of the reasons there's an initiative with white is that you have a better king situation. And since the king on f8 is vulnerable, you would like to have pieces, especially a queen, to try to attack it. And I see some weaknesses on the queen side, so it would be nice for the queen to try to take advantage of that. So now the queen is heading to b4 and then perhaps to b7. And if white can get some pawns here, then perhaps some pawns will be pushed on the queen side. So that could work in white's favor. On the other hand, as we see, black is up material and it's on black to try to survive and consolidate here. So we'll have to see if black manages to do that. For now, I think I would rather take the white pieces. I think I would rather have the white pieces here. Because of the attacking potential, and it's hard to find a good plan here with black. So this still seems to be somewhat theory, but I think practically speaking, this is nicer to play with white. All right, let's jump to Elmira's game against Shambhavi. Elmira has been having a tough tournament so far, but she did win her game very nicely yesterday. So let's see if she can continue this trend facing Shambhavi, who has been playing quite well this tournament. As being one of the lower rated players in the tournament is really difficult because you're expected to lose a lot of games, and it's really difficult to stay level-headed and to keep fighting every single game. So it's always a challenge. This game started also with the reti g3 d5, should g2 c5. Okay, black is opting for a regular setup, trying to get more space in the center. e4 is played. Black ignores that pawn push. Rook e1, h6, c3, e5, queen c2, bishop e6, and a3. So what do we make of this position? So black has a lot of space, which is really nice. But white does have a lot of control as well. And I think Elmira is trying to go for b4, which could be pretty unpleasant for black. So my instinct is saying, let's play a5 and stop it. But at the same time, I also want to play b5 with black. I just want to play connect 5 here. Yeah, that's the challenging part. When you have so much control, how do you proceed here? So one of the main ideas also is to try to play f5 in this position. So there's a lot of options for black. And you don't want to lose attention in the center so quickly. By playing b4, white is trying to eliminate this pawn on c5 and trying to create weaknesses. Imagine black develops with rook e8 and then b4 is played. If you now take here and then a takes b4, white's pawn structure feels much more pleasant. b5 is incoming, and as soon as d4 is played, we'll have, well, first of all, there will be an intermediate move with b5. But in any case, after b5, c4 will happen, and white will have so much more control in the position. At the same time, if you leave the pawn on c5 and play, let's say, b6, first of all, there's b5, and you might lose the pawn on e5. But if we forget about this for a moment and we simply focus on this pawn structure, I would not be so sure about black's position, simply because this pawn feels very vulnerable on c5. If white manages to play c4, shutting down the center after this pawn will become a weakness. And I'm not sure if I would be happy to have black's position here. Although it is not very difficult to protect this pawn. Worst case, you play bishop f8, or actually there's also knight d7 to defend, so it should be fine, but I do like white's chances here, because after knight b3, let's say, you can also try preparing f4. So you're attacking c5, trying to take the control over the center back with f4. So there's a lot of play here. So let's see how the game develops, but for now, Elmira is ahead on the clock. She seems to be comfortable in this position, so yeah, there's also something about giving your opponent all the space in the center, but then fighting back to then, yeah, see your opponent slowly crumble. So it might be deceiving that black should be better here because they have so much space, but there might be a turning point soon where this will change a lot, because white will apply a lot of pressure on the center very soon. I'm sorry, I do not speak any Russian, so please write in English in the chat. I can read it or try to read it, but I don't understand Russian, so apologies for that. Yes, yes, that's how my name is written in Russian, yes. Yeah, and middle games can be quite interesting. I mean, that's where most challenges happen, most decisions are made. Hello there, welcome Min, hello. We're also live on YouTube, so let me pull up the YouTube chat as well. We're live on my Twitch channel, also with my on my YouTube channel, but also on the English Chess Federation. Thanks to the English Chess Federation, this tournament is held. They are supporting this tournament, making sure that it happens. Yeah, it's for a great cause, honoring FM Menchik, who also played for England for quite some time. I believe she lived in London too. And yeah, it's a great cause, as we have 10 women players battle against each other in this format. And yeah, it's very important for women in chess, so we're very happy to have this tournament organized. Yeah, this pawn structure is quite interesting. So we'll see how this game develops. We haven't given this game attention just yet, the game between Camila and Katarzyna. So this was, oh, I believe this is called the O'Kenley, but there's no, but it's with knight c3, so it's a bit of a different approach. So white is going for the Grand Prix setup in the Sicilian, but black is going for this O'Kelly Sicilian, where you play a6 and b5 quickly to get a lot of play on the queen side. Bishop b7, d3, e6, bishop e2. Okay, normal developing moves. The knight has to go back. d5, e5, knight e7. Now we're slowly entering French territory, but without the pawn on d4. c3, a5. Well, it might just happen. h5, knight b2, knight e7, and queen c2. This is the current position. I'm getting very similar vibes as a French defense, because if the pawn is on d4, it's essentially a French defense, and it reminds me of that very much because of the knight on f5, the pawn structure, obviously, but also after playing h5, it's a very typical idea when you have your knight on f5, because h5 stops any sort of g4. Of course, white can still slowly play g4 by playing g3, h3, and then g4 to try to take space over here and kick the knight away, but question is if it's worth it, and it might be weakening the king here too much, which makes me wonder if, well, I guess it was necessary to castle kingside, because castling queenside where the opponent has so many pawns already, that feels very dangerous. Thank you so much for the support, Bono Flusser. Thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you. I appreciate it very, very much. All right, this is the current position. By the way, I completely forgot we don't have an eval bar. It might be helpful to have that on, so I'll bring the eval bar back. And here it says that black is in a better position, or slightly better. And it makes sense because white does not have much activity, not so much space either. It feels like a successful French defense for black. And yeah, I think even playing the move d4 does not help matters. Even if d4 was played here, we would transpose to a French defense, but I don't think it would make it would help matters that much. I really like black's position. I might be biased here because as I also played a French defense with black, but yeah, it's clear that black is able to develop easily and has done so, and has a lot of space already on the queen side. And that is rare because typically we can achieve a similar position with black, but then the pawns are much further away, or it feels as if black has gained a few tempo in the French. So yeah, that's why I think black has a successful opening. But for now, the players are taking their time because now it's on deciding what the plans are, where the pieces are going next, where are the next pawn breakthroughs, because we still have all the pieces and pawns on the board. So we'll have to see what happens next. Vera initially stayed with her grandmother in Hastings before moving to London final home in Clapham. Wow. Thanks for sharing. Yesterday, there was a chatter that shared with us that Vera has actually beaten former world champion Max Oewe twice in her lifetime. And they only played 4 games. So in those 4 games, she won twice. And I was shocked to hear this because I never thought about this. And yeah, it's actually true. There are games of this online. You can find them online. They're actually real. So yeah, she has beaten Max Oewe twice, which I think is phenomenal because Max around that time became world champion. Oh, we have another fun fact. She also beat Capablanca. Wow. In a historic match. Wow, I have to do some more research on this because I have not been so well informed about Vera Menchik's achievements and her best games. As someone who grew up with Georgian parents, I quickly got to know about Nona Gaprindashvili, for example. I also have a book that covers Nona's best games, and it's a Georgian book. I believe it doesn't have many comments, so it's mostly just showcasing her game, and like some comments are added maybe, but like very briefly. But most of it is just moves. And I remember going through this book together with my mom. I would be trying to guess the moves, and she would be checking me if I was right or not. And yeah, this is how I got to know more about Nona's style and Nona's games. But yeah, that's what I mostly grew up with. I don't remember much about it, honestly, because we're talking here about, well, not 20, but almost 20 years ago, because we were going through these games when I was about 8 years old, I think. So yeah, it's been a long time ago, and I was just enjoying going through the games, and that's it. So yeah, that's what I mostly grew up with, but Vera has a great history. And I'm really curious to find more about this, find out more. I see now in the chat, in the YouTube chat, Muzichuk and Vaishali have had this position. Aha. Interesting. It's so difficult to keep track with everything these days because there's so much information out there. And before I know it, another tournament has happened with like new ideas. And there's a lot of chess happening in a lot of different formats as well. So it's difficult to keep track of everything, but it's so interesting to see new ideas and them being repeated. I was on the receiving end once where one of my opponents played a new opening, or well, a new variation, for example, against the French. And then I slowly saw it being played by top level players, because before that, when my opponent played this new opening, it was never played before. It was completely new. And then soon enough, I started noticing games being added to the database, and then all of a sudden, it became the next new line to face against, to play against the French. And that was quite interesting to see. So my opponent was one of the first players. My game is not in a database, so that's why you can't find this game. Fortunately, it's not a game that I want to be in a database. So, but yeah, I did keep an eye on the database, thinking when someone else is going to play this line, or I would notice it quickly when I would see a top player play this move. So yeah, it's good to keep an eye on things, on the openings. Yes, we're also live on YouTube, on my channel, but also on the English Chess Federation. So feel free to chat wherever you prefer, or watch from wherever you prefer. I try to keep an eye on the YouTube chat over here, but please forgive me if I miss any messages. But do let us know if you have any questions, or you would like to follow a specific game, a specific player that you're perhaps rooting for. And also let me know who you think will actually achieve a norm. Or do you think no norms will happen? We do hope that there will be a norm achieved here. That would be very nice. Okay, h4 and a3 is played, challenging the b4 pawn. So now the question is, how do we respond to this with black? How do we respond to this with black? Because if black doesn't do anything, then there will be some captures. And let's say castling feels not very great here. But let's say castles, just to illustrate what is happening here. What is happening after castles? I think takes, and if takes, I think white is getting control of the d4 square. One of the reasons why it is good to not have played d4 just yet is that white can place a piece on d4, which can be very helpful, because when you play d4, the light squares around the pawn are weakened. But now the pawn covers those squares, and the knight or bishop, whichever piece will land there, they will be very good pieces to block this pawn. And as long as you block this pawn on d5, this bishop does not have much to do here. Prospects of the bishops are not looking good. So that is why not having played d4 just yet in such a position can be helpful, but only if we can get rid of the pawn on c5. Now, it is on black to not allow this to happen. It's not the end of the world, but knowing from experience, it can be quite uncomfortable to allow a knight or the bishop to be placed on d4. So perhaps it's a good moment to play d4 here, open up the bishop, and solidify the structure in the center, making sure that white doesn't get any chances. But by playing d4, you do allow the knight to jump to e4. So this is something that you have to be careful with. You could take over here, and then you have this structure, and yeah, this seems all right to me. No way to get rid of this pawn on c5 except after d4, of course. The lady in red has 2 coffees. I'm sure the players are well taken care of here. It's a very prestigious event. We see Aga in the background. She is the organizer of this tournament. She is putting the whole field together, making sure that everything works smoothly, and she does a great job. She has already organized so many successful editions of this tournament, and this year another one. And let's hope that everything finishes smoothly. But so far, it has been going well. At least I hope so for the players. So, yeah. But these last 3 rounds are gonna be tense. In the beginning, it's still quite relaxed, as if you're fighting for a woman Grandmaster norm, you have to reach 7 points out of 9. So you know that you can lose 1 game. It's not the end of the world. But as we get closer to the end of the tournament, it gets tougher to get points, because now you suddenly need 2.5 out of 3 instead of 7 out of 9. So losing is no option anymore. So they have to give their all to try to get a norm. That's Aga's 5th event here. Wow. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Okay. Oh, this has been played. B take c3, B take c3. I approve. I like this very much because we want to keep the pawn on c5. We want to control the d4 square. If white really wants to, they can play d4. That's okay. But as long as our pawn is on c5, it's okay. After d4, we can then decide if we want to play c4 or do we want to continue trading on d4. I'm not a big fan of that, but at the same time, we can keep the pawn on c5. We have all these options. I was more thinking of if white plays a move d4. It's not their move yet. It's first black's move, black to move. But if d4 is played, then we always have the idea of bishop a6, forcing the trade of the bishops, and that would make things easier to play for black, because after d4, the bishop is shut. So you'd have to do something about the bishop. All right. Let's have a look. So far, the games are quite balanced. You can sense the tension. And yes, things seem to be quite okay. I keep wanting to go back to Cecile's game against Lara. Oh, it turns out there's some brilliant moves being awarded here. Queen e2 and h5 was played after 10 minutes. Knight c3 was played. And now Lara has been spending quite some time in this position. So I'm surprised to see knight c3 actually. But maybe the idea is simply to keep an eye on the d5 pawn, so bishop f5 is not possible now. But I wonder what else is happening here. Is white preparing h3? I guess that is possible, because the queen does feel a bit uncomfortable over here. It doesn't have good squares left. It's just standing on g4. And with h3 coming up, and then we might see the knight maneuver to f4, this queen might feel quite unpleasant being on the king side. So we'll have to see. But as I said before, I think practically this is much more fun to play with white. Despite the material imbalance, despite the fact that black is up material, I think it's just much more fun to play. The knight has much potential, the king is not in a great position, and the bishop on e6 is, it's almost a pawn. is almost as good as a pawn. And a pawn has more potential because it can actually promote maybe someday. But this bishop is not going anywhere just yet. And there's a chance that Lara might be feeling inclined to play c6 to defend the d5 pawn so she can free the bishop. But after c6, I would be really concerned about the queen here. I don't think you have the time for this. But the question is, what else can you do? It's hard to find a good plan here with black. I mean, you can try pushing the h-pawn with h4, h3, but as soon as you play h4, there will be h3 and goodbye attacking ideas. So, yeah. Very pleasant position for white, I think. And that is also why Lara is burning a lot of time on her clock. I mean, what do you play here? One idea I was thinking about is, let's try to break through with c5. But I'd like to prepare that with, let's say, rook d8. But the problem is that even though we want to play the move c5, you cannot quite do this. I mean, let's say we make a move such as rook f1, simply developing, right? And we ignore c5. We can take here, because d4 is not a problem. It looks like as if this is threatening to take the bishop or the knight, but in reality, this pawn is pinned. And this is why I was saying earlier, because the rooks are not connected, there might be some problems in black's position, and this is one of them. Because if the rooks were connected, now there would be a piece captured by black. So that is why even trying to come up with an idea such as rook d8 and c5 is already, well, it's difficult to come up with a plan, and then if you come up with a plan, it may not be a good one. And, well, big chance that it's not a good plan. So after some thought, h4 is played by Lara. Very logical move, because why would you else play h5? And also, by having played h5, she was still not able to move the rook to support the attack because the bishop covers that square. So now by playing h4, at least she has the idea to play rook h5, and then with rook f5, it can be helpful. But I still don't see the vision with black. It's just really difficult to come up with a plan. The bishop covers the dark squares very well. Then the knight can support and cover the light squares instead. So the knight and bishop will work together very well here. And of course, h3 is necessary here to be played. So we do expect that to be played very soon. Because if not, well, h3 will happen, and you might have some problems on the light squares. Oh, we see some changes in the structure in the game between Camila and Katarzyna. So, oh, Katarzyna played the move bishop to c6. Wow. I did not expect that. Perhaps she's trying to clear the b file for the rook so she can play rook b8 next, because the bishop is not really doing much here, but it was also not really doing much after on b7, I mean. So bishop c6, it's a clever waiting move, and after c4, which turns out to be a mistake, d4 is played, and now the bishop has access on this diagonal. Yeah, it looks like as if knight e4 is exactly what you want with white. You obtain the square in the center. But the problem is, where is this knight heading to? It's a nice square, but it's one of those deceiving situations where the knight looks like as if it's on a good square, but it's actually not doing much there. So yeah, knight is on e4 now, knight e4 played, and black continues with play on the queen side, because that's where the play is. We have an open b file, so it's time to control it with rook b8, and Yeah, maybe short castle will be played at some point so that the other rook can join. Because for now, there's not much going on the king side. At least it's really difficult to access the king over here on g1. And same goes for white. It's hard to see where white's plan is. Where they play exactly, because if you play knight to g5, you don't really have moves to follow it up with. I mean, you can play knight d6, but that costs a pawn. It could be a helpful sacrifice, but I don't think that applies here. So, yeah, unpleasant position for white. But let's see if black can take advantage of this. Let's see. Welcome in. Hello there. Klaudia already better? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, I'm not commentating the round as I have been invited to host a simul in Amsterdam. So I'll be doing a simul tomorrow. That's why I couldn't make it to tomorrow's round. But I will be commentating the last round on Sunday. Sunday morning, it will be 11 a.m. European time and 10 a.m. local time. So we will be here for the last round. But tomorrow, there will not be any commentary here, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm excited for the final round because it's a very important decisive round. It's already a decisive round, I think, because we're nearing the end and we have a few players that are still fighting for norm chances. So it's still possible for some players, but it might just be over if they lose a game out of nowhere. So yeah. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Okay, let's take a look at Klaudia's game. As you mentioned earlier that she already got an advantage. I mean, it's one of those unusual positions and it's really difficult to play the best move. So, for example, as it turns out, the best move here is knight takes c6, which is the only move that doesn't lose any sort of advantage, right? So the fact that you have to play knight takes c6 here, at first you think, oh, that's logical because now black's pawns are weakened on the queen side, so why not? But the problem is, what do you do with this knight on c3? Because knight e4 is a serious threat. Queen d2 does not stop knight e4. Perhaps it does stop problems, but knight e4, you still have this uncomfortable trade where black is left with a pair of bishops and you don't with white. So yeah, there's a chance that this was what Andreas saw as well and didn't like it. But yeah, queen a5. After queen a5, having to find knight takes c6 and understand that that's the best thing you have with white is very difficult. And here with bishop b5, apparently already in a worse position for white, which is very surprising. You would not think that this is worse for white. But after short castle, so black is completely ignoring that c6 is hanging. In case of, let's say, bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight takes c6, there are some problems on this diagonal. And you can always apply pressure to that. And it turns out that there's only one move that keeps the advantage here. Very surprising. Queen c7. Not even queen c5. I was thinking queen c5 is good enough. But turns out queen c5, there are some tactical problems. But we're entering crazy territory there. So let's just play it safe with queen c7. Let's not dive into that too much because it gets really crazy. But it looks like the main idea is to play bishop a6 and stop castle. So once the knight goes back, bishop a6, and we're just in a very pleasant position. down a pawn, but white can't castle. Incredible stuff. So, well, Andrea trusted her opponent in this as Claudia played it relatively quickly, short castle, feeling very confident. She also castled, wise decision, because you don't know what's happening on this diagonal, so let's just get out of the pin. And now knight takes c4. This is the problem because you don't want to take with the pawn. You have an isolated queen's pawn, and when you have the isolated queen's pawn, it's not necessarily bad, but it is bad if you have 0 attacking chances, because that's the only way to compensate other than actually being up material. But if it's equal material and you want to have some compensation after having the isolated queen's pawn, you want to have an attack on the king side. Now, do we have any attacking chances after e takes c4? Well, I don't see any. This king is as safe as it can possibly be. The bishop on g7 defends the king very well. The knight is right here. The pawns are very solid, defending the king so well. And that is why this is positionally already very bad for white. So then next best option is queen takes c4. Well, it doesn't make us very happy here either, because we're stepping on the diagonal of this bishop. So now a knight move can be played, let's say knight g4, and the queen has to find shelter, which is very difficult as all the pieces of black are getting active. If you go to d2, there's rook d8. If you go to c4, there's bishop e6. So it's a minefield essentially for this queen, and that is why Claudia is doing very well here. Rook d8 first, also possible, yes. Yeah. There's no knight d5 because you can just take that with the rook. Yeah, also possible. It's just very difficult to find a good place for this queen. Perhaps you'll have to look at queen a4. It's pretty ironic to see that the queen is safe on a4. But, yeah, looks like it is safe here. So perhaps in the line of knight to g4, if queen a4 is played, you lose a piece with bishop takes c3. Maybe that's why knight g4 is more practical. Because if not queen a4, then I struggle to find a safe square for the queen. So queen takes c4 played indeed, the logical move. Now let's see what Claudia plays here. She is known to play pretty fast, especially when she knows she has a good position or she's feeling confident. So I'm pretty sure she's feeling confident in this game now as well. And yeah, this is not looking good for Andrea, who is really trying her best to fight for norm. But with her score, she needs 2.5 out of 3, which means that she cannot lose this game. If she loses this game, her norm chances are over. So, yeah, that would be very tough. So let's see how the game continues. Okay. Just quickly checking the situation in the other games. Good night. Okay. Oh, what happened here? All of a sudden, Shambavi has a lot of space. Her pawn is pushed far ahead in the position, and it looks really good here for black. Let's take a quick look what happened. So d takes e4, d takes e4, c4. I like this approach. Black is restricting white's mobility a lot here. So by playing c4, you limit white's options. They have to find tricky moves. Perhaps it was a good idea to play bishop f1 because knight f1 was played. Perhaps it was a good idea to try to demolish these pawns here. So by starting with bishop f1, b5 has to be played to defend the pawn. Now we can push a4 and try to grab this pawn. By playing a6, you defend it, but now White can follow up with b3, and you try to destroy this pawn chain. So that would have been the way to try to save this position. But she went for knight f1 instead, b5, knight e3, queen c7. It makes more sense because it keeps more life in the position. In the other position, you trade the queen side down quite a bit, and it's difficult to find life there. But now white is risking quite a bit by not having so much access with her pieces. She doesn't have so much space, so she's looking to somehow infiltrate into black's position, but I'm not sure how. Maybe it's possible to go for rook d1 and knight d5. But yeah, it might be too slow. Also, black can always play rook d8 to stop this knight d5 move. So yeah, black has a lot of control in the position. And pawn e4, I was just about to point this out. It's a bit of a weakness, but with knight d2, it's very well defended now. But slowly but surely, black will improve her position. We can now look at moves such as, well, I would like to play knight e7, knight c5, but our knight is necessary to control d5 square. So we'd like to stop knight d5, and by playing knight e2, Elmira is preparing knight d5 at some point. So that can be helpful. So black has to be careful and not allow knight e5 that easily, or at least be able to respond well to it. So let's see how this game continues. I'm expecting a big fight here. For now, Elmira is spending not so much time compared to her opponent, so that can be a strategy, you know? It can be a strategy to play fast and put your opponent under time pressure. Also, as the higher player, you have this sort of privilege that when you play fast, you apply more pressure to your opponent than normally. If your ratings are very similar or much closer to each other, then the pressure will not be felt as much. But when there is a rating gap, you, as the lower player, usually feel that more. You feel the pressure much more being lower on time. So yeah, that's why it's a good strategy by Elmira to just keep playing normal moves and try to get some balance in the position to then strike at the right time. All right. Okay. Welcome in. Hello. So far, most games seem pretty balanced so far. So that's good. Just quickly checking the situation on other boards. We jump back to Cecile's game. I'm very interested how this game will go because of the imbalance. For those who are just tuning in, this was massive theory in the Open Spanish. And we're now in this position where white is down material, black is up the exchange. But if we take a closer look at the position, it feels more comfortable to play this with white. Here's more possibilities. Knight f4 is coming up. The rook will soon enter the game. And there's just more life from white's perspective than black's perspective. Black is obviously trying their best to connect pieces. The rooks will be connected soon after king h7. Well, that is if the king will be able to reach that, because the thing is, by playing king h7, you do lose protection of the h4 pawn, which can be crucial. Also, king on h7 might be exposed to attacks by white's pieces, so it remains to be seen if it's actually a good idea to put the king on h7 so soon. But at least Lara is trying her best. And h3 was indeed played by Cecile, queen g6, knight e2, and now king g8. So that makes perfect sense. But yeah, it is a worrisome position for Lara as it feels very unpleasant to play this. A very theoretical battle, but at the end of the day, what matters most, not all that matters most, what matters most is which side feels more practical to play. And I think that's the white pieces. But of course, Cecile has to prove it. She has to find the right moves. But I think they're not that difficult compared to Black's ideas and moves that she has to find. It doesn't feel natural whatsoever. I think the only thing that White has to keep in mind is, I think taking on e6 is premature. You need your knight. This bishop is not doing anything here. As I mentioned earlier, this bishop feels like a pawn because it's not able to access any squares in White's position. And if you take this piece off the board, you lose such a strong attacking piece. And as you're down material, you don't want to trade pieces. So you would like to keep pieces on the board as much as you can. So queen e4 played instantly. We're no longer following a course, I think, so. But okay, queen e4 is very logical, centralizing the queen. Now the question is, will Cecile play rook e1 or rook f1? Both moves are fine. Rook e1, I think, is the more natural move to try to attack the queen on e4, preparing bishop f2, perhaps. But rook f1 is also just fine to control the half-open file. The only half-open file from White's perspective, that is. I mean, to access, for example, the b file, you'd have to maneuver somehow to b3, which can be quite a long road. But she goes for rook f1. She goes for this move. Very good. And actually, now that I look at it, you even have the maneuver knight d3, knight c5. And this is what I mean with how pleasant White position is to play, because you just have so many ideas possible. And Black is the one that has to try to defend, and yeah, you're basically survival mode, whereas you'd rather have a way to create counterplay, create chances. So yeah, let's see what Lara comes up with, but for now I'm slightly worried about her position. Oh, I missed the question. Who are we rooting for in this tournament who still has best norm chances? Let me talk about the norm chances again. So, since this is a norm, or this is a round robin tournament, 10 players are battling against each other. This tournament allows for norm chances because the tournament is designed in such a way so that norm seekers can achieve norms here. In this tournament, the players can achieve Women International Master norms or Women Grandmaster norms. And if we go back to the list that we were talking about earlier, so there's 2 players that still have a chance on a Woman Grandmaster norm, who are Cecile Haussernot and Andrea Mariora Kosman. But they both have to, well, they can't afford losing anymore. So they need 2.5 out of 3, which is quite tough. Some pairings are also not in their favor, as I believe Cecile still has to play Klaudia tomorrow. And Andrea is currently playing Klaudia, so the first battle is to try to survive against Klaudia. And by that I mean you can't afford losing. So the players, yeah, it's quite a challenge to go 2.5 out of 3, but it's not impossible. And then when it comes to Women International Master norms, I believe the score needed for those norms is 5 out of 9. And then when we see the standings, Kamila Hryshchenko on 3 out of 5, she can get the norm by going 2 out of 3. So it's possible for her, but she doesn't have the worst of pairings. She's only facing, well, technically Katarzyna is higher rated than her, but yeah, that's the thing. When you are going for a norm, the idea is that you have to beat high rated players at some point. Unless you are, let's say, 2500 rated and you're going for an IM norm, then maybe you don't have to play beat the high rated players. But technically, yeah, she has to go 2 out of 3, and she does still have to face Lara. Now, Lara has not have had a good tournament, so it's not the worst pairing to still have, but yeah, it's obviously still very difficult. So yes, I am. It looks like Klaudia might be the Norm Reaper here, but okay. Camila already faced Klaudia in the first round, so that's actually really good to have that out of the way. And continue from there. And yeah, she only lost to Klaudia and Cecile, actually. So yeah, she has had a good tournament so far. There's one more player that can get a norm, and that is Anusha, but she will have to win her last 3 games. So we don't estimate the chances of that very high. She also has tough pairings ahead of her, so yeah, it's very difficult, but not impossible. But just wanted to point out that she still has a chance for a WIM norm, which gives us 4 players left with a chance to norm. But it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. Lara plays the move c6 here, actually. As I was mentioning earlier, it's such a tempting move to play because you would like to defend the pawn on d5, and, well, you can't really play c5, and playing a5, it doesn't really do much. So it's hard to find a move here, and then you quickly look at the healthy looking move c6, and you decide to play it. So it makes perfect sense that she decides to go for this. And despite my attempts to try to explain that perhaps capturing the bishop on e6 is not a good idea, it turns out that in this specific position, it is a good idea. So now it's perhaps a good moment to try to figure out why this is the case. So it probably has to do with the fact that there is something concrete going on here. The reason why it might be good is because knight takes e6, pawn takes e6 allows rook to f4. Attacking the queen will have to retreat, and all of a sudden it becomes clear it becomes clear that we can play rook g4, and this pawn is our target. Since we have the dark-squared bishop, we can make this happen. So let's say queen goes back here, bishop g5, and all of a sudden we are threatening bishop f6. Also, this pawn is hanging on h4, also good to note. And the rooks are still helpless here. King h7 makes no sense because we take the pawn even with check. So yeah, this feels like a slow death here, where white has this advantage that they can enjoy for a very long time. I mean, it's difficult to lose it after losing the pawn on h4, and then the bishop still can go back to f6, and there's a lot of pressure on the pawn here, and black's pieces are really struggling to find harmony together. So yeah, going back to this position, I guess the only reason why it is good to take on e6 is because of the concrete idea rook f4, rook g4, sorry. Because earlier, so it was necessary to try to defend against rook f4 by playing, let's say, rook f8. So after takes, this would not be so inviting anymore, because let's say rook takes, king takes, and, well, white doesn't really have much to play for. Soon this rook will come into the game, and white doesn't have enough pieces for the attack. So you need to have pieces for the attack, and if you don't have rook f4 anymore, well, your attacking chances are very, very low. So that's why in this position it is good to take here rook to f4, not this king, the rook here, and try to target this pawn on g7. So yeah, critical moment for Cecile. Let's see if she finds the idea. She might be very tempted by this idea to put the knight on c5, but at some point you gotta ask yourself, what's next? How do I continue? Because if you don't take advantage of such mistakes such as c6, well, for us it's easy to say because we see it's a mistake, but for Cecile, she'll have to understand that this is a mistake, and that is very difficult. So let's see if she understands that c6 has a problem with it, meaning that it allows something in a position here. Because at some point, when your opponent starts to make mistakes, you need to be able to take advantage of it and punish the mistakes. If you don't punish the mistakes, then, well, turns out it's not a mistake after all, and the game continues. But, yeah, in such a position, at some point, the mistakes have to be punished. Because if you don't punish them, you're down the exchange, and sooner or later, there's a chance that black consolidates. Although in this position, I would say it's a bit difficult for black to consolidate. It's already difficult to find any move that, well, I don't want to say blunders, because at the same time it's not so easy to blunder here, or it's not difficult to find moves that are okay, but it is very difficult to play here. So yeah, let's see what happens here. But I expect Cecile to take some time. Playing knight takes e6 is not an easy decision to make. Definitely not. All right. Let's jump to Anusha's game for a moment. Oh, this makes me very happy. I'm a big fan of the move g5. So if I see it on the board, I'm very happy already. Most of the times it might be a mistake, but I think this time it's very good. So let's take a look. What happened in this game? It was the Rossolimo, remember? Wow. Playing g5 on a Rossolimo? That usually doesn't happen unless you have played f5, f4 already. So the fact that g5 is possible already is a bit surprising, but yeah, it seems to be fine. It may not be the most ideal move in the position, because white still has ways to continue developing, getting the knight in the game, and controlling the position a bit more. But I like the attempt. I like the ideas that arise from here. See, the only problem I have with the move right now is that it's clear black's plan is to play h5, g4, or at least to play g4. But as soon as you play g4, let's say white plays knights, I don't know. Let's play a normal move like rook b1. Then if you play g4 here, there's a big chance after takes, there's knight takes e5. This knight does not have enough protection. So let's say bishop takes, and white is up a very healthy pawn. And black has a horrible king's side. So, yeah. So after g5, you don't have the opportunity to play g4 just yet. You'll have to take some time preparing this. Perhaps f6 is a good idea to strengthen the pawn structure here. And then soon g4 would be interesting. But yeah, what you also need to keep in mind is that white can always take. So maybe they don't want to take just yet. They can still strengthen their position with knight c4. But at any point, bishop takes f4 is possible. And then it really depends if you still have an attack going or not, because without the knight, there might not be such a big attack going on. Remember, this knight on c4 is very solid. Makes it very difficult for black to play here. And white can always play, let's say, knight h2, controlling the g4 square. Maybe the knight can even jump there to g4. So yeah, it does weaken some squares here. Also, the f5 square is weakened, so if white can access this square, it can maybe be interesting for white to get a knight there, but this is very long term. By the time perhaps black can already push at f5 this way, so we'll have to see how the game goes. But for now, it's looking very interesting. In the meantime, Klaudia after quite some thought, did end up playing the move knight to g4, which is a very good move. Earlier we were saying maybe rook d8 is also possible. Well, it's very possible, but knight g4 is much scarier for white, because earlier we were thinking queen a4 would be played after rook d8, right? But now it drops the piece on c3 because the bishop protects the queen. So you don't have a good square for this queen. If you retreat to d2, rook to d8, and it's hard to find shelter with this piece. And if queen c5, you even have b6 to take care of, because if you take this pawn, once again, you lose a piece. So you have to keep defending this knight on c3, which may prove to be very difficult here. So, yeah, the only move that doesn't lose the threat in the position here is the move b4. Yeah, that is not a move that you want to make voluntarily, because after bishop takes, pawn takes, we have these double pawns on the a file, and we know that double pawns on a file are some of the worst double pawns to have, especially when there's those two pawns in the front that are stopping us from moving forward. So the computer is completely okay with this position, but as a human, I would be very unhappy with my position. And even though I don't see an immediate way for black to punish this position of white, I still think that it's just highly unpleasant to play here with white, having to deal with a double pawn situation here. And soon black will get a lot of activity after bishop e5. The rook will come out, then bishop comes out, the rook comes here. Yeah, it might be close to equal, but the question is that what Andrea will figure out? Because it's very unnatural to go for this. So yeah, it is exactly what she wants, because she would like to have a draw in this game at least. Playing Klaudia, she's very strong. She's very well prepared in her games. So she's a very tough opponent, especially in round robins. But yeah, if you want to get a norm, you have to be able to put up a good fight against players such as Klaudia. So that is why, yeah, we also need to survive someone like Klaudia. And it would be nice. I mean, it would be amazing to see Klaudia win the tournament with a big score, but we'd also like to see some players get norms here. So it would be nice for someone to stop Klaudia, and then we would have some players get also the chance to win the tournament. Because for now, Klaudia is leading with a point ahead of the rest. So she's on good track. But let's see if Andrea can survive this game. For now, she has to find this crazy move. She has been spending some time, so she might be thinking about it. It does help when in these positions, when you compare positions and you see your queen is quite vulnerable here, that you might end up with the conclusion that you have to go for last resort b4. Try to get an equal position and go from there. Because trying to find shelter for this queen, even the queen f4 is, I think, losing on the spot after... Well, actually, it drops a piece here. But I was going to say bishop e5 is similarly losing because of the threats on h2. But here, the piece is simply hanging, so that doesn't make sense either. So yeah, she might take some time here. So we will see in a bit what she comes up with. But for now, a lot of exciting games are happening, everybody. Oh, I see that Cecile did not take the bishop on e6. Yeah. It's very difficult to decide this. I mean, you have to fully understand the position and sort of have a feel for it, that your rook and bishop and queen are much better than the queen and two rooks. Very difficult to grasp this without the computer. So she played b4, a very natural move, trying to take space in on the queen side. She might be looking to play queen c3 to target the c6 pawn. But it does restrict black's options quite a bit. It's very difficult for black to find a good move here. So we will see what Lara decides to play here. But b4 might be a practical move, just to keep the tension in position, keep it difficult for black, because you don't want to make forcing moves so quickly. Because by playing knight takes e6, you have to be very sure about this. Because if you take, then you might end up in this forced sequence of moves where black doesn't have many options, and the moves are quite simple, and it's hard for black to make mistakes here. Let's say the moves are quite simple, so you have to be really sure about this line. If you're not going for it. So b4 is played, and now it's on black to find a good way to continue. Once again, very difficult. Her position is not great, optically speaking. Despite being up material with black, the pawns are weak. This bishop is almost functioning as a pawn. The queen is on e4. It's an active piece, but that's it, really. The rooks, yeah, they have yet to write their story, their part in the game. For now, I don't see much happening here. And this king, for now, it's safe, but at any point, it can get dangerous for the king. So, all in all, very pleasant position for white. Not finding the right idea is not a very big deal for white, because white still has this fantastic position. So, this game will get very interesting, I'm sure of it. And this is the thing when you follow such deep theory, is that especially these days you get in those strange positions with this material imbalance, and it might be deceiving, especially from black's perspective, thinking that, oh, like I'm up the exchange, I'm up material, so should be fine. But that's the thing with opening preparation these days. You get into these deep engine lines that engine sees it so differently than humans. So in this case, it may appear optically that, oh, I'm up the exchange, that's it. You just don't look further than that, and you may think it's completely fine, what's going on. But once you start diving into the position and you progress more in the game, then you slowly start to realize that, oh, it's actually very unpleasant to play this. So there's a big chance that that's what's happening here. Even though you get into this very theoretical battles, most of these positions may not be so practical to play. So you would rather play a position where you either are not so close to equal, or with white you have a sort of equal position, you don't have an advantage, but at least it's playable. At least you have clear ideas in the position. And most of the times that's enough, because if you have a good idea in your game and your opponent doesn't, it can quickly turn tables. You can go from a worse position to a much better position just because you have clear ideas and your opponent either didn't know how to counter that idea or how to come up with their own ideas, because some positions are just much more difficult to play than others. And I think this is one of those situations where white has much easier way of playing here, and black, very worrisome. Very, very worrisome. Okay. Let's take a look. If you have any games that you would like to follow, please let us know. We are trying to keep an eye on all games, but of course, we will focus more on games that include players with norm chances. And with that, we see that Andrea made a blunder. Oh no, Queen c5 is on the board. Queen c5 is played. Let's take a look why this move is a mistake. So earlier we were pointing out b6 is the move here that we would play. And I guess I'm sensing that the problem is that white's pieces are under huge pressure. So let's say queen c6, you have to keep defending both pieces here, because if you lose sight on the bishop here, then there might be bishop takes c3 and you take the bishop on b5. And also you need to keep defending the knight on c3. So now black can simply develop, play rook c8, and apply even more pressure on this knight on c3. And it's difficult to see how white can defend this. b6, if we go with our idea b4 earlier, what is happening here? We have takes. Oh, there is a6. You move the bishop, let's say bishop e2, and then there's rook b8. Oh, that is very unpleasant, because now the bishop is the only defender of the knight, right? And you have to keep defending the knight. So after rook b1, rook takes, bishop takes, black gets 2 minor pieces for the rook, which is enough to win the game. Yeah, so there are so many tactics in the position because of this huge attack on the knight here, and also the bishop now on b5, which is why a couple moves ago, that is why bishop to b5 was not so good. But it's so hard to realize this so many moves before this. You would never imagine that this position even arises when you go back to this position. It's such a different situation altogether. And you would say that the biggest problem of white is the king still being in the center. So that's why white went for bishop b5 to then go short castle. But turns out that there is still a lot of problems in white's position. And that is why having played bishop to b5 is one of the reasons that caused all these problems. So it's very difficult to realize this 5 moves earlier. It seemed as if nothing was wrong with bishop b5, but now it's becoming clear. And now, unfortunately, it's too late to go back. As soon as Claudia is in a better position, she usually takes her time, and she takes her time, and she usually finds the winning moves. So, yeah, maybe if Claudia plays quickly, that's not when you should be afraid of her. It's when she starts spending time, because she knows what's happening. she knows there's something going on here. She will punish you for your mistakes. So yeah, queen c5 on the board, and I'm sure Claudia is going to take her time here to try to figure everything out, how to win this position. So it's looking good for her. In the meantime, we haven't seen Katarzyna's game in a while, and wow, she's completely winning already. What happened? So we saw earlier that she got control in the center. Camila got knight e4, knight f8, queen d2, knight g6. So Katarzyna maneuvering her knight to the king side, and instead of focusing on the queen side, she shifted the attention to the king side. And by doing this, she actually sort of deceived her opponent into thinking that there has to be action taken on the king side. She played the move g4, pawn takes, which is en passant, pawn takes f6, and it's slowly going from bad to worse for white. Even though it seems to be that white is defending still and the pieces are fine, and yeah, you can slowly consolidate with bishop f3, bishop g2, and nothing seems to be wrong, the computer thinks otherwise. Very surprising, by the way. And I think it has to do with the fact that the attack is going to be overwhelming. There is going to be, well, let's say, well, there's 2 pieces already here. There's a rook, there's a bishop. This bishop on e7 is just a defensive piece for now. It's not joining the attack anytime soon. But what I'm thinking might happen here is a nice idea for Katarzyna is king f7, queen c7, to put the rook to g8, to have the rook join the attack, control the g file, and all of a sudden, if we put it on the board, just making a few moves, we suddenly see that knight takes f4 is a threat, winning the pawn. And the way to stop this, well, I guess you can put a piece on g4, but it feels so loose over there. That doesn't feel right. So I think sooner or later, Camila's position is simply falling apart. But yeah, surprisingly enough, the computer already thinks it's completely winning for black. Black still needs to prove it, but at the same time, it's very difficult to play for white. This f-pawn being here is quite a big target, and Katarzyna has to find a way to get a rook on g-file and get these attacking chances. Yeah, you think computer worried too much here? Yeah, that's very fair. The computer can identify the problems of white's position so much better than we can. It's incredible, but yeah, we'll have to see. I'm very curious how Katarzyna will play this out, but for now she has a great position. Her opening was very successful, and as someone that plays the French, this was giving some vibes earlier of the French defense, and this is a position that we will dream of when we play the French. So let's see how this game continues. Oh, some advances, some pawn was pushed here. A pawn was pushed here. Pawn to a5. Well, as I was saying, you don't have many pawn moves with black. And you would like to open up the position, so a5 makes sense, but that is the whole reason why b4 was played. B takes a5, and yeah, that's just a pawn. It's just a pawn, and it's a good attempt by black to try to get some activity going in the position, but usually we'd like to follow up a pawn sacrifice with something. And the problem is, I don't see very well where the advances are, or what the follow-up is with black, because let's say I see bishop c8, bishop a6, but what is the bishop doing on a6? It's a better square, that for sure, than e6, but the prospect, I'm not so sure about that. So yeah, white simply up a pawn. The rook might shift the attention to the b file, but yeah, for now I'm worried about Lara's position. It's very difficult to play here. Rook takes a5. What? Wait. Rook takes a5 is played. Oh. That is very surprising, because if queen takes a5, queen takes e3, so you give up the exchange back, but you're left with this position where, so white has 6 pawns and black has 5 pawns, but let's say the king moves here and you take the pawn, there is still queen d8 check, and you win h4, and yeah, I guess this is an interesting way to try to get some activity with black, but I don't think this is enough, because white has so much activity here. Oh, this is a big surprise. Lara sacrificing the exchange back. One of the few reasons that she was still fine in the game was because she was up the exchange, she had the material, but giving the material back is not going to solve problems. This knight is still too strong, the bishop is still close to a pawn. Oh, this is very surprising. And in fact, queen takes a5 is not even the best move. It is a good enough move to have the advantage, but there's an even better move, everybody. Knight takes e6 once again. Believe it or not, but knight takes e6 now is completely winning. And the reason why is because remember the idea with rook f4, it's still possible. See, if you take on a5, queen takes e3 check and the game continues. But by playing rook f4, the queen has to move and the bishop is no longer under attack. The queen will have to move and we take on a5 and we're up the piece here. Of course, you can consider sacrificing the queen with queen takes f4, bishop takes f4, and try to hold with 2 rooks. But unfortunately, I don't think that Black has chances or good chances to make a fortress here because of the weak pawns. The rooks are currently disconnected. There's rook takes a2, but the queen and bishop will be able to work together here. Let's say queen c3, attacking the pawn. Yeah, I don't believe in the fortress here. I think white has really good chances to win here. So with that, Cecile has a really good chance to win this game now. Which way will she decide to go? I think practically speaking, now I wonder which move is practically speaking better. Because do you want to go for this line and struggle in the endgame perhaps? It might take a long time until it becomes clear that you're completely winning. Or do you want to go the simple route, just move around and go for queen d8 check and just fight this position? Yeah, maybe after king h7 it's not that clear. Because remember the d4 pawn is hanging. If there's no queen d8 check, it's harder to enjoy this good position. So perhaps just going for the material is practically the best idea. Just go for knight takes, rook f4, and take the rook or take the queen instead. So very critical position for Cecile. Is she going to find a way to win, yes or no? We might find out very soon. For now, she's still spending some time. Wow. Oh, Katarzyna did play the move king f7. That is fantastic. I mean, the king wasn't doing much on e8 anyway, and you don't have any plans of castling with the king, so king f7 is the next best option for the king. So, yeah, the king is very safe on f7. She might be preparing queen c7 and rook g8, and she's going to apply a lot of pressure on the king side. And we have a fan in the chat. Dirk is rooting for Katarzyna. Yeah, Katarzyna doing amazing this round. She has had a tough tournament. Interestingly enough, because looking at her score, she doesn't have many points, but I feel like she did have a lot of good games. So surprisingly enough, she doesn't have a high score. So having a win here would be very important. And yeah, she hasn't had a great tournament, but I do remember her games being very good and that she had tough battles, but yeah, the score sometimes does not tell the whole story. Yushchenko is a very strong player. Oh, okay. Yeah, she's having a tough game in this one. It was quite a complicated situation, very unusual pawn structure as well. So she may have felt quite uncomfortable or simply didn't know how to handle the pawn structure well here. But now black is in driver's seat as black is setting up the king side attack. Bishop f3 is a very logical move because where else would the bishop go to? And I approve of this move very much because, yeah, simply controlling the diagonal and trying to defend as much as possible. And maybe the bishop can slide back to g2, where it will be very safe. So let's see how Katarzyna will continue from here. But for now, oh, she plays queen c7. Okay, she found She found this idea, probably. I think she found the idea to play queen c7, rook g8. And now it's on Camilla to figure out how to deal with this. But it's not so easy. It's not so easy. So, let's see. I think this is a good moment to take a break, everybody. Even though I'm very curious what Cecile decides to do here, we will let her spend her some time here. Before we head to a break, let's take a look at all the games and see what the current state of affairs is. So Anusha under pressure here as Ketevan is pressing. She has the pair of bishops now. There's a half open G file that she can use to attack. So looks like Ketevan is in the driver's seat here. She has a lot of control in the position. Then in this game, Andrea Mariora against Klaudia. Klaudia did not play the move b6. Oh my goodness. Well, if you don't look at the engine, bishop f5 feels right too because it prepares rook to c8, which is pressuring the knight on c3 once again. But this does give white some time to counterattack with, let's say, b4 or maybe even h3. So yeah, this is a little bit of a waste of time, as b6 would have been lights out very soon, but it's very tempting to play bishop f5 and simply go for development. So yeah, this means that Andrea is back in the game, and we will see after the break how the game develops, but this is getting crazy over here. Then Cecile still thinking in her game against Lara. Lara is sacrificing the exchange back, but it turns out it's not a good sacrifice. So now it is on Cecile to find the right approach. Elmira is in trouble against Shambavi, even though Elmira does have the control over the open A file. Shambavi does have more control in the center. The open, well, I want to say half open D file, but it is an open file, and the open file helps black a lot to control in the center. Perhaps the rook can enter on d3 at some point. So yeah, this game, it still feels quite balanced. I think black has to prove their advantage still, so the evaluation is leaning towards black's side. It's happy with black's position, but I think black still needs to prove it because it's not that clear. So we will see how this game continues in a bit. And then finally, Camila against Katarzyna. Katarzyna just played queen c7. She is most likely preparing rook to g8, and she is trying to prove that she indeed does have the advantage and that it is soon going to be lights out for white. But for now, all the pieces are still on the board, or at least the material is equal, so we'll have to see if Katarzyna can prove it, but we will do that after the break. So this is a good moment to go for a break, everybody. Make sure to stick around and join us. We will be back after the break in a little while, and yeah, it will be very exciting because the players are heading to, well, they're getting lower on time, and we might have some spectacular games on our hands. We already do, but it might even get more interesting after the break. As time gets lower, the players are getting close to the time trouble, and that's where the true excitement and drama starts. So make sure to stick around. We'll be back soon with the coverage of the 11th Menchik Memorial. We'll be back very soon. And yeah, see you soon as well. Let's find the right scene we have so we can show you all the cameras. All right, I got it. All right, see you in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 7 of the 11th Menchik Memorial. This tournament is so exciting. It's a 10-player round robin. 10 women players are competing in this event for rating. There's norms at stake and of course the glory to win first place in this event. In the past, some players have performed greatly, such as Andreea Navrotescu. She finished one time 2 years ago with 9 out of 9. She won all her games. She didn't give a single draw. She won all her games, making it very difficult for her opponents to catch up to her. So she's one of the players that had such a tremendous performance in this event. And now here we have another edition with 10 new players. Not all of them are new. We have some faces coming back to this tournament, but we have Klaudia Kulon. If I'm not mistaken, maybe she has played in the past. This is something I would have to dig into. But Klaudia, she is on 5.5 out of 6. We see her on the camera. She is thinking about her move, and she is doing very well so far. But now this tournament, she is, or this round rather, it's been quite a roller coaster. Her game has been quite going back and forth. Well, she had a winning position earlier, but she didn't find the way to take the advantage. And as I say this, she just made a mistake. Oh my goodness. So earlier we were looking at this position, and it was in this position that Andrea Mariora, her opponent, made a big mistake by playing queen c5. And, well, it is one of the moves that complicate matters quite a bit if your opponent doesn't find the right move. But here, there was some forced sequence of moves, starting with b6, that would lead to winning the piece at some point, or winning a lot of material. It's not very straightforward, and you'll have to be very sure about all the variations, because you'll have to calculate b4, you'd have to be sure about, let's say, queen c6, and yeah, that may not be so easy. And unfortunately for Klaudia, she missed this, playing bishop f5, allowing her opponent some time to come back into the game, kicking the knight from g4. The rook went to c8, she took the pawn, because even though the knight is completely hanging over here, she's also threatening pawn takes g4, which is also attacking the knight, the bishop on f5. So that is why knight h6 was played here, which is not the right move, it turns out. And now white is back into the game. Hello, Anna, good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome in. We are already in round 7, and we still have a few players fighting for the norms. One of them is Andrea Mariora, because for a WGM norm, you need to have 7 points, and she is still 2.5 points away from it. But with 3 rounds to go, it's still possible. So she needs to score 2.5 out of 3, and then she will achieve the Woman Grandmaster norm here. I'm doing good too. Thank you so much for asking. Very exciting round. We have some very exciting games here. This one, at first, it looked like Andrea was completely losing the game. And with a loss, her norm chances will be over. But now she's back in the game. And even better, she's in a better position too. So anything can happen still in this game. And she does have 20 minutes on the clock, so her time situation is a little worrisome, but she is definitely putting up a fight here, and we'd love to see it. The commentary has been fantastic. It's such a big honor to commentate on such a fun and prestigious event at the same time. And yeah, it's just generally so much fun to be able to get a closer look at a tournament, to we have the front seat as much as we can from here with the cameras. And it's so nice that we get the opportunity to, yeah, get so close to the tournament this way and have a closer look at the games. We're analyzing the games as much as we can. and also getting inspired, because if we look at another game in which one of the players is fighting for a norm still, we earlier had this big theoretical battle in the Open Spanish. And I don't remember seeing this. So this was new territory for me, at least. Or maybe I have seen it somewhere, but I don't recall it. But turns out that this was all theory, and the players were playing this quite quickly. So both seemed to be in their preparation to some extent, and then suddenly it started to get very messy. So here, white is down the exchange, but has so much play and so many opportunities, whereas black, it's hard to see a good move here with black. Even bishop takes h3 is not possible due to knight f4. So here, white has the upper hand despite being down material. There were some mistakes made, but ultimately it was very difficult for Lara to play here. She made a mistake by taking on a5 with the rook. Well, I guess this was the whole idea behind playing a5. So once you commit to playing a5, you have to go for rook takes a5. But turns out this idea is completely wrong, because giving the exchange back is only causing more harm. As now, white comes in with the queen, grabs another pawn, and she decided to go for knight takes e6 here. She could have repeated moves, by the way, but obviously Cecile wants to win this game now that she has the opportunity to do so. F takes e6, queen takes g5, and she has the upper hand here. She is up a pawn, and she has a much better position. The rook comes in, and this king is feeling very uncomfortable. Worst case, white can always repeat moves, but of course, white knows that she's winning this position right now. So why not try? And with queen g5, she's defending the pawn on e5, so yeah, she's doing really well here. Preparing either rook f6 or rook f4. And it would be nice to get the rook somehow involved in the game. And with 36 minutes, she's actually doing really well. So yeah. If she wins this game, then she's also on 4.5 out of 6. So she still needs 2.5 out of 3. And this win would help her a lot, because in the next round, Cecile still needs to face Klaudia, who has 5.5 out of 6. She's the top seed of the tournament as well, by quite a bit. So that will be an interesting fight tomorrow. But first, she will have to win her game today. So yeah, a big theoretical battle, and we'll see where this goes. But for now, Cecile doing amazing. She's in a winning position, so let's see if she can actually convert this, because, well, that may not be that easy just yet. She does have a fantastic position. Her opponent's rook is not even doing much on h8, so she doesn't have much to worry about. She just needs to find a good idea. And the good idea starts with protecting e5, because as soon as she moves the queen to, let's say, g6, the pawn drops, and it might be difficult to win from there. Okay, there's a lot of action happening. We're now in the second half of the game, and the players are getting lower on time. Remember, the time control is 90 minutes with an increment of 30 seconds per move. So the players get 30 seconds added to their clocks, and that's it. So if you get to time trouble, that's it. You're staying in time trouble most likely for the rest of the game. So you would like to speed up and manage your time well, because you'd rather be having much more time at a later stage than playing really well until, let's say, move 20 or 30 and then crumble in time trouble. So yeah. So let's see, which game should we take a look at. Camila, who was also fighting for Norm, is not doing well in this game, unfortunately for her. Katarzyna is playing really, really well. Earlier we saw she played King of 7. with the idea that queen c7, rook a to g8. She activated the other rook to join the attack. And now she's simply slowly improving the position. Rook h7 was played after a thought of 28 minutes, which makes sense because you know you have a really good position. But what's next? Because the plan was to take on f4, but now that the bishop is on g2, the pawn is no longer pinned on the g file. So now white is still under pressure, but black has to figure out ways to improve the position and strike on the king side, and that may prove to be difficult. The computer evaluation seems to say otherwise, because when we see +3, we think, oh, that's a full piece, that's a lot of material, that is game over. But when you look at the position, it's not that clear. So I'm very curious to see if Katarzyna can figure it out. It's very difficult. It's not super straightforward. So yeah, we'll see how this game fares. But for now, Katarzyna in the driver's seat. It's hard to find good moves with white too. You kind of have to wait for your opponent to see what they decide to do, because I don't see a good plan here with white, to be very frank. I mean, playing a move such as g4, maybe a funky move, but it drops the pawn on f4, so that's not ideal. So yeah. Klaudia has made a move, okay. Ooh. b4 was played, which is not the right move, but it makes sense to try to get to some situation that looks much clearer, because actually the move here, rook ac1, is not that clear. So I guess after rook ac1, bishop takes c3 would not help, because you always have the move b4 in between. There's rook takes. Perhaps this was missed, because after rook takes, there's not b4, not just that, there's queen f6. I just realized this, yeah. I was thinking there was something to do with b4, but obviously the bishop is hanging. So we'd have to use other measures to deal with this. But queen f6, attacking the rook. If the rook moves, it's checkmate here. And if this is captured, then bishop takes, and this king's still in big trouble. And white is completely winning here. Wow. So that was not easy to find. Also, not with so much time on the clock left. So you'd like to make your decisions quickly. b4 was played. Queen b6, only move. Knight d5. Here we see a trade. Oh, perhaps Andrea's going for a draw. Because after king takes, you can force a draw here with king f8. Oh, you have to be careful. Fortunately for black, after queen h8, there's knight g8. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. But here you can just repeat with this. And if king g8, you just go back to e5. Wow. Because you keep the threat of this discovery check with knight e7 or knight f6. Okay, king takes g7 is on the board. Oh, it's gonna be so interesting. I'm pretty sure that she would like to take a draw here. Actually, queen f6 I think is much cleaner, yeah? Or it's not a big difference. No, it's not a big difference, because after queen e7 you can still play king g8. And then you'll have to find queen e5. All right, let's see what they decide to do here. But for now, this seems to be heading to a draw. And this would help Andrea a lot, as she was earlier in the losing position. Had she lost this game, then she would be out of contention for the WGM norm. But with a draw, she's still in contention, but she would have to win the last two games. And winning on demand might not be so easy, but having the chance is at least a good thing. Okay. Hmm. Let's see where to jump next to. Okay, so in the game between Anusha and Ketevan, this has been going on for some time, as in the position is quite stable. It's difficult to infiltrate with both, from both sides. So let's see how this came about. So both playing slowly, and black is obviously trying to attack on the king side. G2 is the main target. It's difficult to reach it because the bishops are a bit far away, but slowly black was improving the position. Oh, queen e6 turned out to be a mistake. G4 was a very clever move, actually, because you don't want to play en passant here. Because if you play en passant, then you have a solid position. The f-file is accessible to the rook here, and suddenly white is getting much more play here. So instead, queen e6 was played, which was not ideal either. The reason remains mysterious for me. Perhaps there was a way to consolidate with rook g2, knight g1 and f3, or simply moving the knight to d2 and then f3 to try to consolidate, and then the amount of threats in the position is very less. But instead, queen f1 was played, rook h6. So now there are some sort of threats. Rook g8 to attack the pawn on g4. So knight fd2, rook g8 was played, f3. So now the g4 pawn is very well protected. Bishop comes in because now the dark squares are weak, but I wonder if you can actually benefit from the dark squares because, yeah, your piece is just standing there and not necessarily doing much. Although, if you make a random move here, bishop g3 check, there might be some threats with rook takes h3, king takes, and then this is heading to mate. So perhaps that is why queen e2 was played here, which turns out to be a mistake, but very difficult to punish. Apparently, you have to look at ideas such as rook hg6 and h5, which is... it feels a bit unnatural to play that here. It feels much more natural to play bishop g3 check. So I do expect bishop g3 just because it feels more natural. But white should want to play king g2, especially with the bishop on g3. The king is very unsafe here. I believe... let me... grab the website again. I believe they were playing at a conference center. It was the same venue as in the first couple of rounds, but the players moved to a different room as the room that they were playing in was a bit noisy. They had the Mind Sports Olympiad happening at the same time, and that caused some noise during the tournament. So they were, yeah, looking for a different place, and they found another room, which was, I believe, on a different floor of the venue. So that might be why. That is why we have a bit of a different view than last time. On the website, it says that it is held at the ILEC Conference Center. And if I do a quick search on Google, oh, looks like a very nice building. I see huge rooms. Wow. Oh, looks very nice. That looks very nice. Yeah, they're playing in London. So let's see. Ketevan's still taking her time. She's 30 minutes, so she has a lot of time to spend here. But remember, you want to be up on time here, especially when your opponent is low on time. Putting pressure on your opponent's clock is always a good thing. Almost always. But I can understand that she wants to take her time here. Okay. Queen d6 check is on the board. If Klaudia gets out of this repetition with king g8, there's 97 check. And then after king g7, you'll have to, well, you'll end up losing the exchange. And then in this position, white can start pressing even. Although it is scary to go for this because you have two rooks against a rook and two minor pieces. But the question is always, is that good enough? I think in this position it might be enough because there's a knight on h6 that is not in the game whatsoever. And the rooks might have more activity here. Also keep in mind, this king is feeling quite unsafe here. So you'll have to end up playing f6. Otherwise, if you move the king back, you're going to have backrank problems with rook fc1, for example, or rook ac1. And white would be very happy to trade rooks here to try to take control of the back rank with the rook. All right. Let's see. Let's see if Klaudia goes for this. Because she might be very okay to take a draw at this point because she doesn't want to risk too much, right? She's not really going for the win here anymore. White's pieces are very strong. Her king is weak. She plays king g8. Wow! She plays it! She's trying to get out of the repetition. Oh, I did not expect that. I mean, I expect it, but at the same time, it's so risky, right? Because, yeah, black's pieces are just not in the game whatsoever. So she's taking quite the risk here. Let's see what Andrea is deciding to do here, because she has a lot of moves here. She doesn't have to play knight e7, but it just feels natural to do so. Once again, queen e5 is also possible and heading to a draw as well, in case black is willing to go for this. But yeah, with queen to e5, you have some threats in the position, such as knight e7 check, knight f6. But of course you can just play a6. What is wrong with a6? Because that defends the queen, and now a check would not be of much help. Well, actually, it would be of help to make a draw. If you want to make a draw. If you play knight f6 here, I'm guessing that king h8 is a bit of a problem. Because now you no longer have any checks. So if white wants to go for the draw, I guess queen e5 is practically very good. And then you're preparing knight f6 or knight e7, and every attempt to try to defend this will be met with a punishment or forcing the draw. So I think queen e5 is a very clever move, but not easy to find. Not easy to find. But with 12 minutes on the clock, Andrea might want to make her move quickly. Because playing this in time trouble might be slightly difficult. As soon as black's pieces are back in the game, then you'll have to... You might get worried with white here, sorry. Also, good to note that the players are not allowed to agree to a draw before move 30. So they cannot offer draws. They can only make a draw by repeating moves. Queen e5 is played! Queen e5 is on the board. And she's doing it. Oh, thanks for sharing that, Paul. Thanks for sharing that. Queen e5 is on the board, and I think Andrea is making a draw here. There's no way for Klaudia to get out of this. It's such a scary position, in fact. And she can simply force a draw after, no matter what happens, she can play knight f6. And then, well, Klaudia will have to allow the repetition. So let's see. We might be looking at the final moments of this game. So let's stick around here for a little longer, because I don't think this game will go on for too long, unless a big mistake happens. But I think Klaudia is knows better than that. Yeah, that's the thing with chess tournaments. It's very difficult to stay private when it comes to a chess tournament. It's usually very public information where you are playing at a tournament. But yeah, this does look like a tournament that is very difficult to visit, and it's better that way. We can follow it online, and that should be good enough for such a tournament. It's not a big open tournament with lots of boards and many more people. When it's such a close, intimate setting, it would be difficult to have a lot of spectators. And that makes sense. I think Klaudia is about to make a move. Oh. Maybe she changed her mind? She still has time. 21 minutes. But I think she knows. She has to settle for a draw here. Ooh, there's quite a lot happening in the other games. So we'll take a look at that very soon. But I will stick around for the final moments of this game, in case this game ends soon. I mean, it's either ending soon, or it will end much later because of a big mistake. So I don't expect a mistake. So I think we're seeing... I think Klaudia will settle for a draw because she cannot try to win here. Yeah, and the draw would still be fine for Klaudia. She's on 5.5 out of 6. She's the leader of the tournament. She is leading by 1 point, and it's very difficult to catch up to Klaudia. Klaudia is facing Cecile tomorrow, who's another norm seeker, one of the players that still has a chance to get a norm. So it's gonna be a very exciting battle tomorrow. But first we have today's round. Cecile still needs to win her game against Lara. She was doing really well, but you never know what might happen. But the fact that she is doing well in her game is very promising, because as long as she doesn't lose, it's fine. If she still ends up making a draw, well, it would be a pity, but at least she still has great chances to get the norm. Although it might be very difficult, because so far Klaudia hasn't lost a game. So then to have to beat Klaudia might be a bit of a tough task. Also, I think Klaudia will have the white pieces, and Claudia's white games have been exceptionally good. So that's a tough task. So I think Cecile would increase her chances quite a bit if she wins today, so she can... Well, a draw would still be fine for tomorrow. Oh, that's so nice. I can imagine it's fun to visit tournaments. For example, the Dutch Championships are usually open to spectators, but they usually don't allow many spectators, or there's simply not enough space for it. So, yeah, it's difficult to visit those tournaments. But if there's on-site commentary, that's always very nice to visit, to hang out there, maybe meet up with friends there. So, yeah, I can imagine. But I guess it's a very different atmosphere here where it's very difficult for spectators to hang around. Earlier in the other room, we had more space and it was easier to allow people to walk in there. But here it's, I think, a different situation. Sharing a lift with Anatoly Karpov, that's fantastic. Wow. Yeah, you never know. I mean, there's so many tournaments happening, and you can just visit those tournaments with the top players. So it's fantastic. Claudia's still thinking about her move. I mean, it makes sense. I would probably spend all my time here because I would not be able to believe that Queen e5 is even a move. Because it's such a sneaky move. It prepares the attack on the queen with this discovery check, or f6 for that reason. And you first have to defend this, and then also realize that there's nothing you can do about knight to f6. Well, you can do something about it, but then you lose the queen. King f8 is played. And now if queen h8, knight g8, and the game continues. And I'm pretty sure Andrea is not willing to go for that because she's down a piece. I'm sure she wants to go for a draw. So king f8 on the board. I expect, since she played queen e6 check, queen e6 will be played. And then right after, the players, I expect them to agree for, or, well, to repeat, to then agree for a draw. Because they're not allowed to offer draws before move 30. And we're now on move 22. Queen e6 is played. Actually, I wonder when the repetition is. So here... Okay, it's only been a twofold repetition with this position. Because now that the king goes to g7, queen e5 is second time being repeated. But okay, you're not going to play king g8. So queen e5 check, king f8, and here you can claim a draw with queen d6. And that is indeed happening. Queen e5 check, king f8. And we might see the final move of the game. King g7. Okay, they're still repeating. They could have claimed the draw already. Okay. The draw has been agreed to, claimed, and this game ended in a draw. Wow. What a thriller of a game. Both players had chances to win even. Klaudia in a completely winning position. Andrea had great chances after that, after Klaudia missed the way to win. But then ultimately, it ended in a draw. And I think both players are okay with this, given the circumstances. Perhaps Klaudia will not be so happy about missing the opportunity to win. But she did have a great opening. And on the other hand, Andrea... she fought very well, and as soon as she had the opportunity to come back into the game, she found the right moves, and she managed to survive the game, ending in a draw. And with this result, Andrea is still in contention for the Women Grandmaster norm, but she will have to win 2 games. The next 2 games she has to win. And if I'm quickly checking her pairings, well... she doesn't have the worst pairings, I guess. She's facing Anusha Subramanian, who has been doing really well in the tournament, but she's still the lowest seed of the tournament. So with that, she does have... Andrea does have a good chance against her. And then in the final round, she's playing Ketevan. So I think anything is still possible, but winning 2 games on demand might be difficult. But I think given her how she's been doing this tournament and given her form and given the fact that she doesn't have the strongest of opponents, she still has a good chance. So, good game by both players. Let's dive into a different game. What is going on here between Cecile and Lara? Ooh, some exciting stuff. Okay, so here rook b1 was played. I think that's a logical move. Queen to g6, rook h8. Rook went to b8. And now, oh, turns out queen f2 was a mistake. Hard to understand why. Turns out that the queen was better placed on e3, but that's really difficult to understand because how do you deal with queen g8, king g6, and queen takes e6 check? I'm not sure about that. But in any case, with queen f2, this is still played. Queen takes e6 has been played. The king has to go back to h7 probably. Actually, king g5 is checkmate with queen g4. And if same with king h5. So you have to play king h7 here. And she played it. And now what? So the thing is that by playing queen f2, Lara is threatening queen f1 check, queen f4 check with a repetition. Most likely. I'm pretty sure there's a repetition there. Actually, let's say the queen moves here. Let's say the queen moves here. You also have rook takes, pawn takes, and you force the draw immediately. So don't play queen a8. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So this is actually very tricky. You have to keep defending this pawn. You have to protect yourself against this. If you play the passive move rook b1, I think you're running into queen takes c2. Oh, actually, I just realized there's a rook attacking the queen. I forgot that you have to give a check first. So let's say check and then rook b1. That was my actual question. That was my actual question. But you still have rook takes h3 here because you don't have your queen on e6. Yeah, so that is a complicated position. You have to find the right move here. So I guess queen g8 is a good start because you have to move your queen. If you move queen to g4, queen e1 check, and then you lose e5, which is far from ideal. This is the pawn that you need to keep alive. So that is that's tough. If not queen g4, well, you need to stay on this diagonal. Otherwise, you just face rook takes h3. So queen g8. Queen g8. King g6. And now here. Well, you can keep giving checks, but I think the main point is this move. Rook to b3. Let's bring the camera, by the way, back to a different board. So we can see the action here. I think this is the point of the position. Because this not only defends the pawn on h3, so there's no repetition, but also if you play queen e1, king h2, queen takes e5, you are giving a check at the same time as protecting the check. So with this move, it's a check, and king will have to move. Well, if you go here, it's not so straightforward to win here, you know? Because you can take here, but you have to play out this endgame. It might still be winning. You're up 2 pawns. But in this position, the black king is very active. That's the only thing I'm a bit concerned about. What if the king gets all the way here and then pawns move forward and then we have a pass pawn on d3? That is not ideal. But I think in any case, this should be winning for white. So yeah, critical position. Cecile has to figure out how to win here. And that may not be so easy. So I think queen f2 was practically a very clever move. Even though the computer is not happy with it, I think it's practically a very strong move. Creating threats in a position. This is how you make it very difficult for your opponent and gives you the best chances to come back in the game. All right. Okay, queen g8 on the board, king g6. And now we're curious to see which move she will play here. Hmm. All right, looks like we might have a lot of decisive games on our hands today. But you never know. We're approaching time trouble, everybody. The players are getting lower on time. All the clocks are under 20 minutes, which means that all the players are essentially in time trouble. And remember, there's no extra 30 minutes after move 40. So that's it. This is the time they have. And they only get 30 seconds increment, which is not that much. And they have to keep writing down their moves. And Cecile plays rook to b3. Very well done. She defends against the threat of rook takes h3. And she also controls the third rank and gets ready to cover a potential check with rook g3 check. You'd love to see it. Countering a check with another check doesn't happen too often. But yeah, there's a very big chance that this might happen because what else do you have with black? You don't have any other threats. You need to start taking material because Cecile is now up 2 pawns. So it would be nice to get some material back, even if it's temporarily. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, this game is getting really interesting. So after rook h7, rook a2, Katarzyna played the correct move, rook h, g7, bishop e1, and now knight e3. And that's the thing. At some point, it's just very difficult to defend, and you have to start allowing moves. And the main idea behind this move is that it basically reinforced the threat of knight takes f4. So let's say white plays queen c1, a random move. Suddenly there's knight takes f4 again. Because pawn takes f4, rook takes g2, and it's game over. And obviously queen takes is not helping because you trade queens and same problems in the position. This is also game over. Actually, it's a really nice way to win here. King h1, rook takes, knight g3 check. And after king g1, the position is simply falling apart. And this is also checkmate. So, yeah, that is why after rook h7, knight takes f4 is a threat. So that's why bishop e1 was played, so that the rook is now defending f4 as well. But this allowed the move knight to e3, because the bishop is no longer defending that square. And all of a sudden, the position is falling apart. And this is what I mean with finding the right plans. Once you find the right plan, suddenly the position allows things to happen. It allows tactics. It allows you to infiltrate your opponent's position at some point. But finding this idea, I think, was key in the position to stack the rooks on the g file to create those threats with knight takes f4. Beautifully played by Katarzyna, by the way. Very, very well done. This is almost looking like a positional masterpiece. I mean, the way that she involved her rooks into the game, this is textbook material. This is what we can find in books. So, yeah, very nice. And that is also why the computer gives +3, right? It's such a good position. And once you find those ideas, all of a sudden, things come naturally. All right. Elmira's game is looking like a big mess. Shambhavi is down to 5 minutes, but Elmira in big trouble, it seems like. What just happened? So we were watching here earlier. So Elmira has control of the A file, but Shambhavi has control of the D file, which might prove to be more important. With F4, she gave away the pawn, and it seems to be on purpose. It seems to be the case that this was on purpose, as, well, I don't think she gave away the pawn for free. You give away a pawn to have something after that, because it was really difficult to find a good move here. And I'm guessing that she really wants to have a nice attack. Knight takes c4. A move like this, I wanted to say, for example, and she plays it. But turns out that her king side is too exposed, and now the black pieces will become active. And it will be very difficult for white to defend here. But see, we have another position where the computer gives +3 for black, and it's really difficult to exactly see why. We don't see the material difference just yet. We just see that black is doing well. Black has an open position, much more activity going on. Queen h4 played, which is probably preparing knight to g4 because that attacks the pawn on h2. Although the knight on f1 is defending really well over here. But first, this knight has to be moved. First, this knight has to move. Yeah, very unpleasant position for Elmira. She tried to create some counterplay on the queen side, but she has essentially no access to the queen side other than the a file. And yeah, her pieces are just not able to work together in harmony, which is very unfortunate for her. Okay. Yeah, tough position for Elmira. And Shambhavi has been playing really well. Yeah, I guess you just move the knight, right? Knight e3 is my first thought. But she might also... I wanted to say knight a5 could be interesting, but playing knight a5, allowing knight e5... I don't think this makes you happier here with white. You don't want to allow any more pieces here on the king side, but trading would be nice. If trading, then I like white's position a little more than before. But I think, practically speaking, I would simply retreat. Just to get more pieces in the defense here. So let's see what Elmira decides to do here. In the meantime, we're keeping a close eye on the other games. Some players are getting much lower on time. But nothing too crazy is happening just yet. The favorites are doing well, at least the ones that were in a better position already. So, yeah. In the game of Anusha and Ketevan, everything and anything can still happen, so we'll check that out very soon. But I'm curious to see what Elmira decides to do here. So let's keep this game on for a little while. Actually, a lot more players are getting lower on time, so let's jump around. Oh, did she make a move? No, not just yet. No. Not just yet. Okay, so Lara has actually played Queen E1 check. So these two still have quite some time, so I expect this game to go on for quite a bit. But I am curious to see what Cecile will decide to do after Queen takes, Rook G3 check, and let's say King F5. I'm curious what she will do after that, because that will decide a lot. I think she might go for the simplification, simply believing that the Rook endgame is winning. And rightfully so. It's a matter of taste What do you prefer? Do you prefer to have the queen? I think I would prefer to have queens on the board just because of the fact that this king is so weak, and with a queen and rook, there might be checkmate opportunities. So I think, looking at the position, I would rather keep the queens on the board, but at the same time, there is good reason to trade queens to get into the rook endgame, up 2 pawns, trying to win that. King f5 played, and now we'll see. Will she give a check instead? Queen f7 is also possible. Will she take on g7? She's back to the board. Oh, this is still from a move ago. And we'll see what she decides to do here. She might take her time here, actually. Because it's a critical moment. Because if you trade queens and then turns out there was a mistake, yeah. You can't really go back from that. So it's a decision that you want to take carefully. Ooh, fireworks at the game of Katarzyna. Let's jump right into it. Knight e3, rook takes, okay, an exchange sacrifice, and knight h4. You'd love to see it. Obviously, if pawn takes, there's rook takes g2, and white's position is falling apart. And if you don't do that, well, we'll happily take the bishop. Let's say a random move. Bishop here. Knight takes, king takes, there's f5. And because of the pin, we win the knight. Now it's suddenly becoming clear why it's +3, right? We're winning the piece. We are up the exchange. Suddenly it becomes clear why this is winning. But yeah, knight h4, crushing move. And it's looking very good for Katarzyna. She's looking to win her game. And that will bring her back to a better score. Hello, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. This is the coverage of the Menchik Memorial, the 11th edition. This is a 10-player round-robin event between 10 women chess players. And it's a very exciting tournament. There are obviously rating points on the line, but also norms. There is Women Grandmaster norms on the line, as well as Women International Master norms. And because of that, there's a lot at stake. Norms are very important. And by playing such a tournament, all the external factors are taken care of in terms of you have the right amount of mix of players. In open tournaments, it might be difficult to get the right mix of players. Sometimes players have a really good tournament, but then don't have the right mix of players, so they unfortunately miss out on a norm. But in this tournament, it's all taken care of. All you need to do is get the amount of points required for the norm. And, well, that is sometimes a little bit difficult. For example, for the Woman Grandmaster norm, the players need 7 out of 9, which is a very big score. And for the Women International Master norm, it's 5 out of 9. So it requires a lot of wins. This is the Menchik Memorial. This is happening in London. This is not Maya. No, Maya is an open chess tournament. This is happening in London and is a 10-player event. They're all facing each other. Has White made a move? Not just yet. But I expect her to make a move soon because she is low on time, right? Okay, bishop h3 played. Makes sense. I like the move. It's always important that even though you know you're losing, it's important to keep trying and be the stubborn player. Be a stubborn player because your resistance might reward you. And you never know. So it's always important to still keep trying, finding the practically right moves to still get a game. Don't give up too soon because you never know what your opponent might do. There's always a way to make a mistake. Some of the craziest mistakes have happened in the past, so yeah. Knight f5 is on the board. Yeah, because if bishop takes, pawn takes... I was going to say rook takes g3 is hanging, but that's actually really well defended. So it's not that easy. Okay, knight f5 is on the board. And the game goes on. I mean, black obviously has a winning position, but it might take some time for black to convert this. Yes, this is the sniper of a bishop, indeed. And it was an opening very similar to the French. You may never imagine this, but it was an opening that looked very similar like the French. All right. Okay, Cecile has made a choice. Let's jump back into her game. Remember, she gave a check here after being given a check. King f5, and she gives a check here. Okay, so she decided to keep the queens on the board. I love it. I approve of the idea. It's probably too dangerous to head into a rook endgame. I think if you really want to head into the rook endgame, you can always try so. So that's why I think this is a practically wise choice. And she can now start pushing pawns. h4, a4. Maybe h4 is a little scary with rook f4 around the corner. Maybe it's fine. With this rook on g3, it has a lot of control over here. So I think it's time to start pushing past pawns. When you have passed pawns in the endgame, you want to push them, or you should, most of the times. But it's a good rule of thumb. Oh, the players are getting so low on time. It's a great time to be a spectator now, everybody, because the players are getting low on time. It's a huge time scramble coming up, and a lot might change now. This game, funnily enough, the players have a lot of time because they already played so many moves, so they accumulated all that time with the 30-second increment, but the other players have not gone that far into the game, and that's why they have much less time. So I see, for example, some players on 3 minutes. Camilla was on 1.5 minutes, but that's because her opponent has played much faster. So, okay. Let's see. Oh, she did play the move a4. Okay. So Cecile played the move a4. She is going for it, pushing the pawn. I mean, her queen and rook are very well defended. She doesn't have much to worry about here. She can just continue pushing the pawn. And yeah, if she managed to push her pawn forward, it will be lights out very soon. Is it Women's Day today? I didn't think it was Women's Day today. Oh, I've never heard of the French toast course, but that sounds interesting. Okay. Let's jump back to... Let's jump back to Elmira's game. Let's see what's happening there. I think this is going to be fireworks. Oh, what is going on here? Okay, so she decided to go for knight b6. The knight is very suspicious on b6. It's very suspicious over there. And it turns out that black has this crazy idea with knight takes b4. So bishop f4 is attacking the rook, right? But black has a move that completely ignores this with knight takes b4, c takes b4, rook takes b6. And apparently bishop c7, rook c8? Well, I guess it's playable, but not the best, apparently. The computer wants to give away the exchange, which I think is ridiculous. But I guess this is not much better, as after rook a8, you'll have to give up on this rook at some point. Oh, this game is going to be very exciting. Knight takes b4 on the board, c takes b4. Oh, this is gonna be very tricky. The players are so low on time. I mean, Elmira is still on 7 minutes, but that will go down very soon. Shambhavi still around 2 minutes. This is going to be a thriller of a game. Elmira is trying so hard to complicate matters. This is going to be very exciting. Bishop c7? Or rook a8. Rook a8 is also possible. Okay, still 6 minutes, so she might spend some time here. But yeah, it is a very tough position to play with white. The king side is so exposed. Black's pieces are all active, ready to fight. Bishop takes b4 is hanging. Bishop c4, very unpleasant to take the knight, which is defending h2. Although now with bishop f4 is there's another defender of the h2 pawn. I can tell you that 15 minutes into the future, there's a lot of time scramble stuff happening. I will not reveal anything further, but in 15 minutes from now, it's going back and forth on some of the games. I mean, at least in terms of time. So I see some clocks with less than a minute on the clock, so it's gonna be a tense time scramble on some boards. We're down to 5 minutes now. I'm curious to see how this game develops, because the other games either are very one-sided or it's very undecided just yet. So I want to look at this one where Shambhavi is doing really well, but it's such a complex position that anything can still happen. She's still thinking about her move. Oh. Those are very expensive minutes. Down to 4 minutes now. Time has essentially equalized. And still hasn't made a move just yet. Oh. Tough position. And this is the thing with this time control. Usually the games decide when the players get very low on time. There's a big time scramble. It turns into a blitz game. Things go back and forth. And then the person that makes the last mistake is the one that loses. So that's the cruel part of chess. And that is why time management is so important. But it's very difficult to have good time management in such a time control, because classical, you want to play as good as possible, and if you make a mistake early on, your opponent has a lot of time to take advantage of this. So it's very difficult to play fast in the early stages of the game. And well, when you're down to 5 minutes, you don't really have a choice anymore. She played the move h3. Aha. I like this move. I mean, it kicks the knight away. We don't want to deal with this knight anymore. And it will have to retreat to f6 now. Okay. Ketevan once again in a big time scramble, by the way, but we will look at her game shortly as there's a lot happening in this game. Rook c8 is played, counterattacking. Chamabi is really good at spotting those counterattacking moves. My opponent attacks my piece. No, it's fine. we play something else first. We go for something else first. So I really like that spirit. It's very important to be resourceful and to focus on counterattacking ideas. I mean, sometimes you have to retreat your piece that's under attack, but sometimes a counterattacking move can be very helpful, improving the position, pushing your opponent's pieces to a bad square. So it can be very helpful. Apparently, this is not the most accurate move, but I think practically this is fine. I don't necessarily see the problem with this. Does it have to do with bishop c7? I don't think so. Let's see. Both players now around 2.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, where do you go with the queen? I guess d2 feels natural. Queen e2 also possible. But you want to defend the pawn on b4, so I think queen e2 feels most natural. Thank you very much, T-Bryce. That's very nice to hear. Okay, I suggest we jump around a little bit because this may go on for some time. But on the other boards, we see Cecile completely winning against Lara. This game might be over anytime soon now. Because Cecile playing very solid. She has the option to trade queens now, but I'm not sure if she's willing to do that. She doesn't have to. She can keep the tension with queen d8 check and then pushing the pawn further, and soon it will be unstoppable. She has plenty of time to figure this out, so let's leave her to that. Let's jump back to the game between Katarzyna and Kamila. Katarzyna with the black pieces. She has been pressing her opponent for a long time now. Bishop h3 and then knight f5, queen e2. It was possible apparently to take here on g3, but that seems to be too complicated and unnecessary to go for those complications, so king f8 very safe. Maybe she was worried about bishop takes e6 ideas. It looks very dangerous. King f8, g4, knight d4, queen f2, and here the position is simply falling apart. Yeah, Katarzyna played incredibly well. I mean, as I mentioned before, this game can go in the books. It is a positional masterpiece. She showed very well how to utilize the rooks here. First, they were focused on the g file. Now that the action is over on the g file, she has shifted both rooks to the h file, and I think that's incredible. Wow. Bishop d2 now, and now she's just gobbling up the pawns. Queen takes g4, I expect to be played. And yeah, this is basically lights out. We'll soon jump into other games, but I expect some of the games to finish very soon, so I want to keep an eye on those. Queen takes g4 on the board now. And this is over very soon. Actually, already threatening a checkmate on h1. That is a very nice checkmate. Queen e3, giving the king some space to run to f2. Now, where is the final blow? This feels like a position where it's checkmate in 2 moves, but there is none because the white is defending so well. So let's see what Katarzyna comes up with here. Can she take the knight on e4? With the idea that no matter what capture, there's queen g3. So you stop the king from running to f2, and you still threaten rook h1 check. Checkmate, that is. Okay, she played rook h1 first, king f2. The king is on the run, but it will not get too far. Also keep in mind that Katarzyna is up the exchange, so simplifying is in her favor. Absolutely, it's very nice to honor GM Menchik with this game. Absolutely. GM? Well, back then I believe... Did they have titles back in the day already? I don't think so. Or at least I'm not aware of. But I guess she would have been the Grandmaster. Given her level. Absolutely. But, yeah. King takes f1 is played. And then... She can play rook g8. Knight f5, I really like it. Attacking the queen. Preparing bishop takes and knight g3 check. Any sort of simplification here I think is good, because not only is black up the exchange, but also up a pawn now, so heading to the endgame is simply winning for black. Let's jump back to this game real quick, Cecile against Lara. So she gave a check on d8, then king c5, a5. And this is lights out very soon as well. Queen b6 is being threatened. There's no clear checkmate threat right now, but it's clear that this pawn is moving forward, unstoppable. And even if you lose this pawn, you can try it another time with another pawn. But of course, this pawn is not going anywhere other than forward. So that's why this should be completely winning for Cecile. Welcome in, hello. We are covering the 11th Menchik Memorial. A very fun and exciting 10-player round-robin format. 10 women chess players are fighting against each other, and there are norms to be achieved here. So we still have a few players fighting for norms. And it's going to be very decisive in the last 2 rounds. This is round 7, so after this round, there's 2 more rounds to go. And the last 2 rounds are going to be very decisive. So queen b6 played, okay. Why not? And, okay, so in the game of Kamila against Katarzyna, the queens are off the board. And... now, this should be quite easily winning. Okay. Oh, something happened. Oh, I see a big mistake happened in the game between Anush and Ketevan. It was going back and forth for the longest time, and it was a very close position, as you can see. So it was a bit unclear what was going on here. Both players low on time, but after this mistake, unfortunate mistake of queen c3, there's bishop f2, threatening to take the rook, but also threatening bishop d4, winning the queen on c3. So now queen e2 is played, Ketevan is taking the rook on g1, And now it's finally game over, because after bishop takes, rook takes, you can open up the position with 8 takes g4 and slowly enter white's position. And a position that looked very difficult to get through, it was very close and well defended by both players, is now suddenly becoming more clear and defined. As it's opening up, black is up the exchange and completely winning this position. Oh, actually, good to note. If rook takes g1, there was also queen d4 check to make matters even worse, which would lose the rook on g1. So that is why c3 was played. The bishop is trapped now, but it doesn't help matters because black can simply simplify now. And this should be game over for white. Yes, Cecile still has a chance for norm. She is on 4.5 out of 6. And she's looking to win her game now. So she needs to reach 7 points out of 9. So after this win, she'll be on 5.5 out of 7. So she will need 1.5 out of 2. She still needs to face Klaudia in the next game. So that will be her big challenge. But yeah, she's still on track. A lot of games are being decided very soon. We might see some resignations happen very soon. Ketevan is just simplifying here, saving the bishop, and I expect this to be resigned very soon. Anusha put up such a great fight, but it was not enough, unfortunately, as her opponent played incredibly well in time trouble. Ketevan plays really well in time trouble, you know? This is at least the third time I've seen her low on time, and she handles these time scramble situations very well. She either knows how to defend, or she knows how to equalize or just get a draw out of a messy position, or she simply wins it. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Game is still going on, of course. There's a rook under attack, so Ketevan has to defend that first. And I expect this game to be over very soon, because there's not much to play for anymore with white. Well, you can take here, but the pawn is lost here. Black is defending very well. Small world in chess, yeah. Absolutely. A lot of people know each other in chess. It's a smaller world. In the meantime, Elmira made a big mistake, it turns out. Just quickly dialing back what happened here. Okay, I don't think a big mistake happened. It's just that her position went from bad to worse, which was already really difficult to prevent. Okay, Shambavi just played very well. She is up 2 pawns and has a much better position. White's pieces have no harmony whatsoever, making it very difficult to play here. Yeah. And now she might be losing more material after queen to d7. And this would be a great result for Shambavi if she wins this game. Oh, all the games are so low on time, and I think they're going to finish all around the same time, because we have 4 decisive results coming up, everybody. All 4 games remaining are all winning for one side, completely winning. So we might see some resignations very soon. And actually, we see one over here. Katarzyna wins her game. So it seems to be that this was the final position of the game. This is where Kamila resigned. Amazing game played by Katarzyna. A wonderful conversion. She had the upper hand early on out of the opening, and then she went on to play a positional masterpiece. this one is definitely for the book. So if you're curious about a really good game, check this one out. This one, if you want to write a book about chess and it's about positional chess, take this game. Take it. It's really showcasing the strength of rooks and how to activate them, how to shift them from one side to the other side. Well, maybe not entirely, but the rook went from A to G8, and then she stacked the rooks on the G file and then switched to the H file when necessary, and that was very well displayed. So very well done by Katarzyna. Very nice win, and with 2.5, it's a much nicer score than what she had earlier. So yeah, very well done. Yeah, so Elmira is oh, she had to sacrifice the exchange now. Yeah, this must be over very soon as well. And then Cecile managed to A7, Lara sacrifices the rook to try to get a repetition, but queen to G3, and this should be over too now, and I think it was resigned just now. So Cecile wins her game. Wow. This was such a big theoretical battle at first. It was a long back and forth. Well, at first it was a theoretical battle, but soon enough Cecile was getting a really pleasant position and her game just seemed more easy to play. And she proved it very well. Lara was unfortunately not able to keep the position together. It was very, very difficult. And unfortunately, she lost this game. With this win, Cecile is 1 point closer to the WGM norm. She still needs 1.5 out of 2. So tomorrow will be a very big test for her. Can she survive against Klaudia? That's going to be very exciting to follow. Yeah, 7 out of 9 for norm is hard. You have to win a lot of games. And the fact that, so Cecile is currently 2248 rated, right? But Lara is 2345. And the fact that Cecile has to essentially win against such a strong player, it goes to show how difficult it is to get a norm here. So, yeah, it's very important to yeah, keep your head up and keep trying no matter what. And don't look at ratings. They don't tell you everything here. In the meantime, Ketevan won her game. It was a big back and forth. We missed the most part of the game because we were looking at the other games. But yeah, it got a little bit messy over here. That's the thing with close positions. And I believe there were some breakthroughs here, either taking or not, or somehow maneuvering the pieces around accurately. It's not the easiest sometimes. But Ketevan proved to be the more practical one here, as she managed to get her opponent into this situation where she made a big mistake and then soon after she won the game over here. So nice win by Ketevan. Unfortunately for Anusha, she has played really well this tournament. She had a chance still to get a Women International Master norm, but she would have had to win all her 3 remaining games, which is a really tough task, and unfortunately she lost this game, so she's out of the contention for the Women International Master norm. And then we have one more game going on, everybody. Elmira against Shambhavi. Shambhavi about to win her game against Elmira. I feel really bad for Elmira because she's been having such a tough tournament, such a difficult time to recover, and her opponents just have been playing really well. So yeah, sometimes it just happens. I mean, Elmira is a very strong player, but sometimes you just don't get the right position. Sometimes you just don't get a good game, and that just happens. And yeah, unfortunately, it had to be her to be suffering in this tournament, as her opponents have been playing really well against her. Yesterday, Elmira did have a really nice game. She won very nicely yesterday. But this game did not go her way, and she is probably going to resign very soon. We see the final moments of the game. Should d6 is played. And resignation on the board. Wow. Shambavi wins her game. Very well done. Not an easy opponent whatsoever. And unfortunately for Elmira, she goes down one more time. A tough tournament. Let's hope that she can at least recover in the final 2 games. But for now, round 7 is in the books, everybody. And with the results now in, we can take a look at final 2 rounds. How is it looking like? I'm just refreshing the page to share the standings with you properly. So, after 7 rounds, we have Klaudia Kulon on 6 points out of 7. She is still in the lead, but she's only ahead half a point since Cecile Haussernot won her game. She's now on 5.5 points out of 7. She still needs 1.5 out of 2 for Women Grandmaster norm. Then we have 3rd place, Andrea Marioara Kosman. She's on 5 out of 7. She's also still on track for the Women Grandmaster norm, but she will have to win her final 2 games, which may not be so easy. Winning on demand twice is a bit of a challenge, but not impossible. She can definitely do it. She's already been playing so well throughout this tournament, and she held a draw today against none other than Klaudia. So she can definitely do it. Then we have in 4th place Ketevan Arakhamia-Grant, as she is on 4 points. And then we still have another player fighting for a norm chance is Kamila Hryschenko. She had a tough loss today. Katarzyna played incredibly well today. So she still has a chance to win, or well, rather to get the norm, the WIM norm. But she'll have to win the last 2 rounds, which is a bit of a challenge. So we'll see how the players do in the last 2 rounds. And it's going to be very, very exciting to follow the last 2 rounds. Who is going to prevail in this tournament? Who is going to achieve a norm? As we still have 3 players fighting for norm chances. It was a pleasure, everybody, to be here with you today. We are going into this weekend, and it's going to be a very exciting weekend to follow the games. Tomorrow we will unfortunately not have the broadcast. I am doing a simul myself, so I will not be here, but we will be back on Sunday. The last round, very important round. We might see who is going home with a norm and who isn't. Well, we'll see that on Sunday. For now, players still have to go through round 8, and anything can still happen. So make sure to take a close look at the tournament. Tomorrow, the round is still in the afternoon, but on the last day, round 9 will be in the morning. So the broadcast will resume on Sunday at 11 a.m. Europe time, which is 10 a.m. local time in London. So I'd like to thank all of you for watching. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the round as much as I did. It was another thriller of a round with 4 decisive games, and the 1 draw was also back and forth. So anything can happen. It's a very exciting format. And yeah, I hope all of you also have a great weekend. Thanks for watching, and the broadcast will